let's get this thing started.
Okay.
Good morning.
Chair, good morning.
From Pahrump Calvary Chapel. And can everybody stand if they wish? An invocation.
Good morning, County Commissioners and citizens of Nye County. My name is Manuel Gonzalez. That's MANUEL-GONZALEZ. And I'm here on behalf of Pastor John Gundaker, Calvary Chapel, Pahrump Valley. And at this time, we'd like to extend our thanks and gratitude to the commissioners for asking us to participate in the opening of today's commissioners meeting. With that, I'll say a prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come before you, Lord God, and Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for blessing us with another day, Lord God. And Lord, as we begin today's meeting, Lord God, we lift up the commissioners today, Lord God, and ask that you would provide them with the wisdom and knowledge and patience that they need, Lord God, to make the decisions that affect our community, Heavenly Father. Lord, be with them today as they bring forth issues and make decisions, Lord God, once again, that are going to affect this county, Heavenly Father. Be with them, empower them with your wisdom and knowledge, Lord God. And we thank you once again for this opportunity, Lord God. To you be all glory, honor, and praise. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Today is May the 3rd, 2022, and it's a little past 10 o'clock. The joint meeting of the Nye County Board of County Commissioners, the Nye County Board of Highway Commissions, the Nye County Licensing and Liquor Board, the Nye County Board of Health, as the governing body of the unincorporated town of Pahrump, and the governing body of unincorporated towns of Beatty, Gabbs, Manhattan, and also the Board of Trustees for the Pahrump Pool. With that, Commissioner DeVore, would you lead us in the pledge?
Certainly. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I almost said Dobie.
On the mic.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Roll.
Item number 2, general public comment. Up to 3 minutes time limit per person. And actions will not be taken during this period, on this matter, considering during this period of time until specifically included on an agenda as an action item, which means you can have public comment now, but nothing on the agenda should be talked until we are on that agenda item. Thank you. So with that, I'm opening public comment. Anybody for public comment?
Good morning. Nicole Walters, WALTERS. I want to let everyone know about my news channel, www.joshutv.com. It's spelled JOSHWTV.com/channel/no opinion news. I also have a Telegram channel called Pahrump Truth Seekers. That way you can stay informed on what KPVM won't report about. Thanks, Deanna, for letting me overhear you at the debate last week that you couldn't be connected to a conspiracy and that you had to be a good girl. I wish I had my video going. That would have been a great video. I do all this because it is the right thing to do. I don't care about the money. That's why I'm viewer funded. Next issue. Josh Grinstein received a stolen copy of a draft option overturning Roe v. Wade yesterday and published it. Josh slept well last night with no FBI raid, like Project Veritas, when they obtained their information legally. Next, we have a broken slide at the park on Honeysuckle. It's been there for about 2 months now. We need that fixed, along with the padding on the baby play area. Thank you for fixing some of the potholes in front of the library. Next, the Clark County School District was confronted at their last school board meeting, and the person that spoke at public comment stated a board member has a box with pubic hair in it. Why is that so important? Whose pubic hair is it? Will this be investigated? I warned you about the midterm variant. Why do you think they want mail-in ballots? If you would like to talk to me, I will be at the car show at the Wild West Extravaganza Saturday from 8 to 1:30. Come look at some cool and classic cars and ask me anything. Oh, by the way, for Roe vs. Wade, the lady came out before she passed away that she is a great actress. That's all I have today, and I hope you guys have a great day. Oh, and also I'll be putting some of my cards over there if anybody is interested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Goldstein, Goldstein, and I'm the Senior Vice Commander for DAV Chapter 15. This weekend is our biannual Forget-Me-Not campaign. You all know what that is. We will be out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 9 a.m. till about, I think, 6 o'clock. We'll be at Walmart, Albertsons, Smith's, Tractor Supply, and back at Walgreens again. We'd like to see you come out, pick up one of the Forget-Me-Nots. We do accept donations, and all the money we raise from the donations stay right here in Pahrump to help our veterans in the community. And please come out and support us. Even one of our commissioners we conned into working. He's a DAV member. He's going to be working one of the locations. So please come out, say hello to the veterans, show us that you really do support us, not just by, saying you do, but show by actions. Thank you.
I don't think I was conned.
Your arm may have been twisted, Chair.
I got a laugh.
Just a little. Anybody on the phone?
No, Chair.
Go ahead, Dan.
Diane Southworth, Southworth. I do want to talk about Roe versus Wade and what this will mean for our country. Right now we have 26 states, I think it is, that will immediately make abortion illegal if this goes through the way it's stated. I'm sure there'll be some changes made. However, what people don't realize is that's not going to stop abortions. It's going to stop safe, legal abortions. Abortions will continue to happen as they have for centuries. This is not anything new, but it will affect women taking a woman's right away from her. Shame on them. And shame on the state legislatures that want to do the same thing. I don't care. If you don't want to have an abortion, don't have one. It's not somebody telling you you have to. So remember that. And a lot of times, some of the problems that women have after 6 weeks or 15 weeks don't come to term to be shown what they are, including problems with stillborns, et cetera, and there's been cases where they've tried to make a woman carry a stillborn child to term just because they didn't want to do an abortion. Shame on them. I do think that, I hope that the women in this country will rebel against this type of attitude. The other part of that I would like to talk about is voter rights. Many of the states have put through voter laws that make it more difficult to vote, not from legal voters, but from every voter, especially minorities. If you're in Georgia and you live in a predominantly white neighborhood, you can vote in 10 to 15 minutes. If you're in a predominantly black or brown neighborhood, 7 or 8 hours. There's a big difference there. That's voter suppression. Also, these state legislatures have decided that they could decide who won the election no matter what the popular vote is. That is just wrong. As for our all paper ballots here, it's totally ridiculous. There was no proof of any type of voter problem in this county at all, and not with the machines, not with anything else. These guys were doing a con job, and you guys fell for it.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody else for public comment? Leo, anybody else down there?
No, Chair.
Anybody else on the phone?
No, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment. So number 3, Commissioners' Management Comments. This is an item limited to announcements and topics, issues proposed for future agendas or workshops. So I'm going to start it off a little bit, just because I can. Today is the 8th of May is Mother's Day. Everybody just needs to remember that. Everybody has a mother, even if they don't think they do. And also today is, I believe, is school. Something has to do with the schools, I think. So, happy school day. So with that, Commissioner Jabor, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. All I simply want to say is happy early Mother's Day and good morning to everybody.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Come on, Chair. I sit right next to you. Give me a chance.
Go right to
Drove
it.
all the way up here, man.
I know you have a lot to talk about.
You heard a little bit about Wild West Extravaganza, and it is rolling right along weekend. What I'd like to do is give you a little bit of history. In 2001, this event started with the Pony Express Trail Ride. The Chamber of Commerce came to me and said, "Hey, Deborah, I know you're into horses and all. Do you think you could put on a reenactment of a Pony Express event?" I said, "Sure, I have no idea what we're doing, but let's do it." We had 24 riders that rode 36 miles. We started at the Prump Arena and ended at the Long Street Casino. Amongst those riders was Sheriff Worley and her son, George, my daughter, Tawny Tankersley-Wald, and myself, of course. And that was a heck of a deal. I rode the same horse that's 36 miles. When we got there to Long Street, we had a heck of a dance. We had live band. We partied like crazy people. Next morning, we got up and did a cowboy action shoot. It was fun. I'm looking forward to being able to do stuff like that in the future when we have a shooting range. In the meantime, I'll let you know that I got back from California State Championship as the #1 cowgirl. And since it was a California State Championship, they wouldn't give me the belt buckle. #2 got that because I ain't a resident of California. Thank you so much. And finally, on another note, Larry Strickland and I went up to our CCWs yesterday, and we found a need at the sheriff's office that I'm hoping that Captain Berkowitz will bring forward. We were told when we showed up at 10 o'clock that we should come back at 1, and at 1 o'clock they will take 12 people because they can only do 30 people an hour. Understandable staffing and all, and I, of course, called Sheriff, and I told her what I'd seen. She'd get a hold of Janet Maurizio, and I did. And Janet told me her problems. I said, I get it. So what's the solution? She says there's a $22,000 program we can have that costs $750 a month to maintain. Everybody can put their stuff online. Then they come in and get fingerprinted and their picture taken, and it'll streamline the business. That just sounds like good business to me, because now we're cutting down on staff time and the PERS that go with that and the extra employees we might need, because Front Sight has a lot of people that hit there after training. And we, of course, want to see our people armed. So I'm hoping that the rest of the commission will support something, and I'm hoping that Captain Berkowitz will bring something forward. And I thank you, Chair.
That was it?
That was it.
My God,
That was long.
I thought it was going to be a half hour.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Commissioner Blondo.
Good morning, Chair and my colleagues. Good morning, everyone. I have nothing to
Good to
report
see
at this
you all.
time.
Oh, my goodness. Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, but I need an answer first. Can somebody tell me if anybody has stepped forward to do the parade this year for the Harvest Festival? Oh, God, I still call it Harvest Festival. You can tell I'm an old citizen. The Fall Festival. It was advertised in
I
the
guess we
paper
could-
that they're looking for an organization to put it on. And I just wanted to let everybody out there know if it's not if it's not still available, that's fine. But is it still available? Does anybody know? Anybody step forward yet?
I don't have an answer for that. Staff, do you have anything? The word is they're working on it. So I guess I'm going to open up I'm going to let staff talk, so go right to it.
Okay.
Hi, Commissioner Cox. This is Sam. We are still advertising. We have not found a representative for the parade yet.
Okay, so I guess we'll just announce it here that we need someone to do the parade this year. Other than, I think, didn't the town do it last year? Is it the town or the county?
Vern Winkle.
Town staff did it? Vern Winkle did it?
Wasn't Vern, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They did a great job.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we could call him and see if he wants to do it again. But maybe he's the one that said, I'm not stepping forward, so get somebody else. Anyway, I'm going to put it out there. If there's any organization interested in it, I guess call town staff. Should they call you, Samantha?
Yeah,
Samantha?
They can. They can call our administration office.
Yeah, I just want
the
to know
town office.
what number to give out. Do you have a number to give out that you would prefer?
Yeah, 775-77-5108. I'll double check that.
Isn't that Arnold's number?
Yes.
Is there any more management that wants to make comment? Tim, you have anything? Lorena? Other than I thank you for your teacher's appreciation. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Chair, I do. Over here.
So quiet.
Sorry about that. I didn't want to scream into the mic. I just wanted to let the public know that there were two candidate challenges at the state level. One was a Democratic candidate, Stuart Mackey, for Attorney General, and the other was in Assembly District 33, Nicole Sirotek. Both of those they've been a successful challenge, so they will not. Well, they will be appearing on the ballots because it was too late to pull them off. But any votes for those candidates will not be counted. So we will be posting at the polling locations and everything else that there will be no votes counted for those two candidates. So in the Democratic primary, Aaron Ford, he's basically Democratic candidate for the general election. He should just go forward. And same thing for 33, Bert Gurr will go directly to the general as the Republican candidate.
Right, so the bad thing about it is even though we post those things, those are lost votes because people will still vote for them. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Chair, one more thing.
Yes.
I forgot to mention that the first meeting of this year for the Nye County Water District Governing Board will be at 10 a.m. on the 5th, which is Thursday. You can come here to the Tonopah Chambers or Pahrump to view that and go through Granicus also. And thank you for that, Samantha Tackett.
Mr. Chair.
No more comments there.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
yes.
Arlette Ledbetter is here from the tourism, and she wanted to speak under public comment. Didn't quite make it. She was wondering if you could open that back up. She has something she needs to say for a couple of minutes.
She can do it. You're right.
Oh, that's right. Your staff.
Yeah,
you're important, Red. I forgot your staff.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Blondo.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. I'm Arlette Ledbetter, Tourism Director, Town of Pahrump, and greetings from tourism. I wanted to give a brief update this morning on a new project that we're doing. It's called Highway 160 Magazine. It's an annual publication. It's a visitor guide for Pahrump and the surrounding area. And it's super exciting. We have a limited time right now to have it published. So if you're looking to secure ad space or any promotion of your company, then reach out to me, please. My number is 775-910-3279. That's my cell phone. I can give you details on it. We've partnered with Pahrump Life because we didn't produce our visitor guide initially, and I wanted it to be a success from the start. So I think we have good guidance. The Pahrump Life team has been really wonderful, and we will focus, of course, on tourism in that magazine, and distribution will be through our trade and travel partners. It's not uncommon in a year that I will take a few trips to Southern California. We'll distribute the visitor guide there. We partner with Travel Nevada, of course, the industry leader for the state of Nevada, and Las Vegas Visitor and Convention Authority. So this is the magazine that we mail out when people inquire about Pahrump. It's what we'll distribute at the visitor center. And I'd like anybody to call me if they have any questions. Again, that's 775-910-3279. And for more information, anybody is welcome to attend the Pahrump Tourism Advisory Council meeting, and that's May 12th at 8 a.m. So I look forward to seeing you there, and thank you so much for the time.
I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
Would your advisory board like to take over the parade this year, since you're tourism?
That would be a question for the advisory board. I could not answer for them, but we will be meeting in here on the 12th of May.
Okay. Well, maybe if we don't have anybody by then?
I don't know. We'd have to ask the committee,
yeah.
but we can do that. I will send an email to the chairman and tell him that you mentioned that while I was here today.
And I'm sure we could probably get some staff to help too.
Yeah, I think we might have had an inquiry or two, and Courtney Cox is taking the calls. As Samantha said, she gave her information, and anybody that's interested, Vern Van Winkle is willing to work with them. He's been absolutely fantastic in the past years. He's just got a full plate right now with opening his new business in Las Vegas.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe we made some progress.
Have a great day.
Director?
Yes.
Director, I think Commissioner Cox's suggestion is wonderful. If you could relay that at your advisory meeting.
Yes, I will, Commissioner Jabor. I will relay that today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll make sure it gets relayed when I'm there, because I am the liaison, so.
Encouraged, right?
I'll help.
All right, thank you. I'm going to close this item. Number 4, approval of the agenda for May 3rd. That's right. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. Today we'd ask that you remove the following items from your agenda. On page number 1, item 5, and then skipping to page number 3, items 16 through 22, and also number 25. And then on page 4, item 29, and I'll repeat those. On page number 1, item 5. On page number 3, items 16 through 22 and 25. And on page number 4, item 29.
Yippee!
Thank you. Item number 6.
Item number 6 for possible action, discussion and deliberation regarding meeting minutes from the regular joint meeting on March 15th, 2022, and teleconference meeting on March 23rd, 2022.
Motion to approve.
Second.
4 seconds.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Blundell, second, and a third from Commissioner Jabor. Any public comment on this item?
None.
Commissioner Blundell, you see anything
No, sir.
on the phone?
No, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment. Call for the question.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Aye.
Lundo's aye.
Everybody's aye. That's 5-0. Item number 7.
Item 7, 10 o'clock timed item for possible action, public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Nye County Resolution number 2022-20, a resolution to augment and amend the 2021 through 2022 budget of Nye County, State of Nevada, 10209 Airport Fund, $191,973.
Chair, motion to adopt.
Second.
Let me open the public hearing first.
Thank
you. Okay. This is again, it's a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody want to talk to this item? Savannah, you're okay with what you got? Anybody in the audience? Don't see anything. I'll take your motion. What was your motion to adopt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got a motion to adopt.
Second from Cox.
I have a second from Cox. Commissioner Cox, thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to call for the question.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Aye.
Everybody's aye.
Lunda's aye.
Thank you. Makes it easy. Number 8.
Item 8, 10 o'clock timed item for possible action. Public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to issue an outdoor festival license to Garth Harris for the Blue Diamond Steak Pioneer Day celebration to be held July 23rd, 2022 at Ian Deutsch Memorial Park, 1600 Honeysuckle Street, Pahrump, Nevada.
I'm going to open the public hearing to this item. So I'm going to see, is there anybody that wants to make any comments to this item? From the public, from the county? Not seeing anybody. Anybody on the phone?
No, Chair.
Okay. Good. I'm going to close the public hearing and call if I need a motion.
Can I ask a question? Do we have any interference that we can't deal with when it comes to that Ian Deutsch Park and our needs for ball fields? Comments?
According to what I know, there's no interference.
Fantastic. Thank you. Motion to approve?
Jabor seconds.
I got a motion. I got a second. And I'm going to call for the question.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Aye.
Everybody's aye. Commissioner Blendo?
Aye. I don't even know who this is or why they're not here. No plan, no nothing. I don't like that.
Well, if somebody wants to go find out where they are, if they want to find out, they can bring it back, and we'll bring this one back. If you wish, Commissioner.
Aye. Aye. I mean, I voted for it, so
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay. All right. Yes, they did. Yeah, it's 5-0. Oh, number 9, please.
Item 9, 10 o'clock timed item for possible action. Public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to issue an outdoor festival license to Douglas Dubin for the Pahrump Balloon Festival to be held November 11th through 13th, 2022 at Petrack Park, 150 North Highway 160, Pahrump, Nevada.
This is another public hearing. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Anybody wish to speak to this item?
You want to hear?
Applicant, do you want to talk?
Good morning, Doug Dubin, D-U-B-I-N. Good morning to the commissioners, staff, attendees. We are thrilled to be in front of you again. This will be the 9th annual Pahrump Balloon Festival. People were concerned that it was canceled previously this year, and with my colleague Doug Campbell, that we're excited to be able to perpetuate and bring the Pahrump Balloon Festival back to Pahrump.
My name is Doug Campbell, local resident and also owner-operator of Balloons Over Pahrump. C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L, just like soup, no relation. And we're excited about keeping the event going on here. There's always been a strong interest from the residents, and we're getting a good response back from them. And a lot of the pilots that enjoy flying here are excited about coming back as well.
Also, just a follow-up, I'd like to also say that this year we're expecting some brand new balloons that have never been flown in Pahrump to be a part of this project. We're also, for the very first time, going to provide for the kids. We have bounce houses to attract their attention. We're actually in talks with vendors to provide other events. So not only do we have the focus being the hot air balloons, of which Doug will be responsible, but we have a tremendous number of excited vendors and food vendors. We'll have the carnival again this year. We'll have the horseshoe tournaments, and they're thrilled to be a part of it. We have the car show. So the event is slated to be something for all ages. And some of our new big sponsors are excited. They saw what we did with the music festival, and they're looking forward to encouraging members of Clark County, residents of Clark County, to be coming to this event. So all in all, we look to perpetuate, what has been a great event and take it to the next level.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Is there any other questions from anybody?
The only thing is, if we open and close public comment, Chair.
So, is there any public comment on this item?
Chair, there's no public comment down here.
Thank you, Commissioner. On the phone.
If you've closed this, I've got some comments, Chair.
Okay. I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to close the public hearing, but go ahead with your...
Yes, thank you. Mr. Dubin, we did talk yesterday about this event, and I raised our concerns that we had. You opened the door with Vino Jazz and the music festival, and I have a major concern that the arena was set aside for that event and then was not used. I've got to really discourage that happening again. We had arena events that could have gone on at the same time. Sure. And I voiced that to you yesterday. I'm making my fellow commissioners aware of my remorse at that because my people are horse people. So the Music Fest was a successful event, but we also had an issue when it came to where the carnival was located. And I'll leave that to the chair to discuss further since he took action and made sure that wrong was righted. You said in yesterday when we spoke that you were going to have between 15 and 16,000 people, and we all know that parking is just going to be really difficult in our current space, and looking so forward to be able to have our fairgrounds in the future. So I need all those things considered for the public safety, please, and I stand down. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Jabor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Dubin, Mr. Campbell.
Good morning.
Mr. Campbell, I appreciate you being here as well. And you mentioned that you have pilots, and they are just that. They are pilots. They are professional pilots. I have read through the criteria, and it's quite extensive for them to be captains and pilots of these balloons, these balloon ships. As a reminder, sir, as you know in the past, this is the 9th annual. This is wonderful, wonderful event. We've had many Pahrump residents that have called in and have expressed their concern for themselves and for their animals when the balloons get in close proximity to their homes and their neighborhoods. So just as a reminder, please remind the pilots that that's not to happen unless, of course, there's an extreme emergency and they must land, because this is, again, about health and safety, and they are transporting passengers, tourists, guests, etc. So I just wanted to share that with you, sir, as a reminder.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cox?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Commissioner Blundo?
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. I appreciate the information that you're sharing. Now, I know you just came off the heels off of a successful event. That's what everyone's saying. I thought it was pretty well attended, and there's some other concerns. There's no map, there's no layout, there's not very much information here specific to your event. Could you elaborate a little bit further, talk about what you intend to do, the layouts, any of that information? Would you be able to speak to that?
So staff was provided a map for this event, so each one of the commissioners should have that in their packet.
We don't.
I have a map
Chair
if
has
you'd
one
like.
here.
Yeah, I got it. That's it. That's all I have. Just
Oh,
so you understand what I have.
I appreciate that, and again, did provide to staff a complete breakdown of the event as well as the map.
I do appreciate that you did that. Thank you. I'll take your word on that.
Yep.
What are we doing for the parking?
Parking. So we do anticipate having plenty of parking, as Commissioner Strickland and I spoke yesterday, that we, of course, our two tenets that we work on every event, safety and security. So we met repeatedly with SAU and Public Works to make sure that parking was sufficient. We even went as far as to make accommodations for additional off-site parking, as well as working with Pahrump transportation, that if people needed to park elsewhere, we found that we actually didn't need that, so we made a donation to the public transportation just for the courtesy. But again, we, as Commissioner Strickland and I spoke yesterday, we don't anticipate any issues with parking. Stepping back to Commissioner Strickland's earlier comment on the arena, we're always open to the arena being used for other events. We'd like, in fact, one of the things I always encourage, we want to work with other community groups to encourage as many people to attend these events as possible. And I'm always more than happy to sit down with other groups and discuss those options.
Just real briefly, you did rent the arena out as well, correct?
I did not.
No?
The arena is not a part of this project.
Okay. Obviously, need a little latitude here. That was the discussion that was brought up by my colleague was for the previous event. Is that correct?
So originally we had talked about using the arena, but again, we found that we did not need the arena because we moved the concert from the dirt up to the north end, the soccer field.
Okay. That's fine. I can appreciate that she wanted to utilize the arena. However, given everything, it's hindsight's 20/20. So we take the issues and we say, you know, how can we better address it here in the
Understand.
future? Again, my bigger concern is the parking, because people will park into private property and walk over. I don't blame you.
Mm-hmm.
I just would like you guys to do everything you can to provide access for parking where it is supposed to be.
Sure.
We can't help somebody parking there, but if you're a business over there, you got that foot traffic. So it's a double-edged sword. They complain that they're regulars. Well, the regulars that they're now, never mind. It's a double-edged sword. You just can't complain. You got people coming, you got the foot traffic.
Sure.
Either you capture that business or you sit there and complain that people are taking up parking spaces while your customers are going across to the event. So,
great.
So I don't per se, there's no blame. I just want to see that you guys are utilizing and trying to direct the traffic where it needs to go. So we have the parking, we have the facilities, the adequate, utilize everything that you're asking for in this permit. So.
Just for clarification, also in the numerous meetings we did have prior to the music festival, again, we're always looking for safety and security. We did have a meeting with private property owners about utilizing their facilities and we even offered to blade the properties to make them flat. I guess according to Public Works that there is a policy that it has to be asphalt in order to use it for off-site parking. So during those conversations, that idea was scrapped, and that's why we moved over to utilizing the casino parking. Again, I've been in contact with Golden Entertainment. They are open to utilizing it again. Certainly, I've been in contact with public transportation. They're more than happy to open it up. One of the challenges utilizing public Pahrump transportation is they allocated one vehicle. If we did have an abundance of attendees and they were parking at the casino, a 7-passenger or 10-passenger vehicle would not be enough. So I'll get back with Pahrump Transportation and see if that's something they would like to open to additional vehicles. But again, I'm always looking at options to make this as safe and secure as possible and to accommodate for all parking. And yes, I totally agree. For being a resident here for 12 years, I see it every single event. And as a business owner in that parking lot, certainly I understand the challenges. So yes, we'll do everything we can to make accommodations.
I wasn't discussing the lots behind the arena. I think Commissioner Carbone was going to bring that up, but now, actually, I'll leave it for him to discuss those ones. I was speaking of the businesses, the Oja, the Dairy Queen, everything on that side.
Yes.
So the Little Caesars, I think, did really good. It's a $5 pizza, so it's got a lot of foot traffic. You don't want to eat carnival food or whatever's offered. It's a double-edged sword.
Understand. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question that I just thought of, if I could do this.
Thank you, Commissioner Blano. Go ahead.
Are you going to be having music?
Yes, ma'am. And again, I apologize. It was in the packet provided to staff and for commissioners. This year, we will have, just like the music festival in 21, there will be one stage. It will be under the trees near the tennis court.
Okay, so it's going to be live music or recorded?
It'll be a combination of both live and a DJ to fill in those spots. And that will accommodate, current projection is we anticipate about 15 to 20 bands for the weekend.
Okay, because I had a complaint, and I heard there were several complaints about the music being so loud at 11:30 at night and waking a few people up. So if you could just kind of keep it down just a little bit.
Yes.
Now, they were only complaining about one band that you had that apparently, like around 11:30, they were really loud.
Okay.
And it kept him up, you know, because you sleep a few hours, then you're up the rest of the night.
Understand.
So he spent his time notifying me that I was to stay awake because they were staying awake.
Understand.
I just going to interject into that. You know, I get very frustrated because I think we all got the same complaint from one individual. On the same breath, that individual also turned around and said, we need more events in this community. So which one do you want? Do you want the events, or do you want to be able to have an event to be able to text the complaint? Okay, so
Well, it's
just
only
maybe be a little more cognizant of the noise,
Yes.
late hours,
Just
the
for
community, but at the same time, you know, it's not happening on a daily basis.
Well, they said it was all our fault. He was telling me it was all the commissioner's fault because he had called the sheriff, and the sheriff said it was our fault because we approved it. So.
And I appreciate, certainly you and I have spoken about this issue, and so the specifically the abundance of sound came from the larger stage, which we during our wrap up we've decided that in the future the amount of equipment required to support that stage, we will no longer be doing that. And as far as the smaller stage, all the sound is directed up to the northeast, which we know the closest house is going to be about 1.5 miles. So, yeah, I don't think we'll have that issue, but I always appreciate the input, and we do respect the people in the community, and we definitely are taking necessary measures to mitigate that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. I have some more comment up here too. So,
sure.
Sam, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to remind the commissioners that an email was sent out on Wednesday the 27th with the tentative plan. It was sent out by Courtney, and also in receipt of that were the sheriff, chief, and the director of planning, or excuse me, public works, because we all have to work together to make these events happen. There's a craft show happening at the Bob Rood Center. So we were discussing parking, and the applicant here today is aware of the craft show and has been said to not, affect the parking for the craft show. So I'm not sure how we'll work that out. But
just to confirm, it has not been canceled, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure that was heard very loud. Thank you, Sam.
Mm-hmm.
I do have some concerns about the plan. It was brought to my attention that you were going to put a carnival in the area of the baseball field.
Yes, sir.
I'm still a little bit concerned about that. I haven't heard back from the Buildings and Grounds folks about that issue because they were concerned as well. So I need to get that confirmed in my mind, before we would approve anything. The second comment I have, and you and I have talked, you weren't happy with me, but when you're on private property, you can't do certain things.
Sure.
So let's make sure that we keep that in mind for the next and any other shows that we have, and that includes the folks that work for you, that they had their units parked right there on private property, and we didn't do anything about it. But again, we need to make sure. I mean, if you have permission from the property owner, that's one thing. But if not, I mean, it's a whole other subject. So, in order for me to vote for this, I'd have to know about the issue with the carnival. So, if we can get Jimmy to give us an answer on that, I would like to postpone this for a little bit of time. We understand everything you're trying to do, but I just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding if you can actually do the carnival where you're trying to put it. Did you get any confirmation by any chance?
Just for clarification, so this is not the first time that the carnival has been placed there. Actually, several years ago, the chamber actually set up the carnival in a similar pattern. And just to kind of step back to your earlier comment, I have no problem, with guidance. Certainly, we did correct the carnival, and we have better clarification and understanding. And certainly, if we couldn't put the carnival in that area, we are more than happy to move it back into the area that the carnival was set for the music festival. So that wouldn't be an issue with us. I appreciate everybody's input, and we want to make this a great outdoor event with everybody's input.
And we all agree that that's what we want, and we want something good for the people in our community, plus whoever else comes. But I just want to make sure that we confirm everything before we say this is sold.
Understand.
Did Director Wagner have something you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Wagner, W-A-G-G-O-N-E-R. Another issue in regard to using the private properties behind there, and it's not just your events, but it happens with fireworks. Other than the trespass issue that is being discussed, there's also a dust control issue when all that dirt gets disturbed over there. We have a dust monitor station that's just to the south, over kind of at the corner of Wilson. And we get a lot of high reads at that. And during wind events, especially after those properties are utilized, you can't even see across Basin Road. Sure. So if you do get permission, I would like some kind of stabilization done to those properties just to help with that issue. Because those businesses in the Albertsons parking lot, the businesses back on Dahlia, get hammered with that dirt when after it's disturbed. So I just wanted to bring that up to the board as well.
And if I could ask, so whatever dust mitigation you utilize for the Fall Festival, I would certainly be open to seeing what that looks like so that we can do something similar.
Yeah, it would just more or less be having a water truck run over the disturbed areas, after the event's done, just to recrust the dirt.
And during the event, too, you'll want to do some dust abatement, and that's going to be part of the motion when the chair is ready.
Okay, I've got, we have Jimmy on the phone, so let's get Buildings and Grounds on the line.
Good morning, Jimmy is on the phone and he's unmuted.
Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Jimmy. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page in regards to this carnival being over by the ball field.
Yeah, so my concern is with the carnival being on the A field, how big is it going to be? How the damage that may be sustained from it, from coming in and off. We did have, from the last event, we did have some damage from the carnival that actually was on the grass, just to the south of the stage. So that's our concern. And then whatever, how much, again, I go back to how big it's going to be. Because his diagram shows a bunch of booths and vendors, but it just shows a small area for carnival. So that's our concern.
That bird is very vocal.
It sure is. So I was just going to say the same thing. Jimmy, I need you to get with these guys. I need you to have your confirmation before we can approve this.
I agree.
Okay, I will do that.
You confirm? Okay. Commissioner Jabor, you had something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Jimmy, Commissioner Jabor, I have a question, please. From the last event, you said that there was some damage. How long did that take to correct, fix, repair, and was it costly?
Most of the stuff we had on site, we did some dirt repair that we have in the back. So it wasn't that much costly, but it did take some time. We had to take the local soccer club group off the field for that week so we can do the repair.
Okay. With that being, thank you, Jimmy. With that being said, gentlemen, that could be will be a reminder to your vendors, et cetera, for those that are partaking in setting up in the park, just as a reminder that they leave it as they found it.
Mm-hmm. Commissioners, do you have a problem with holding this for a little bit until Jimmy coordinates and gives us an answer?
Chair?
I'm wondering.
Go ahead, Commissioner Blendo.
Would we be ready to entertain a motion just to continue this to the Pahrump meeting so you can get all these details and give Mr. Dubin an opportunity to have all his ducks in a row with this?
Do you have a problem with that, Mr. Dubin?
I have no problem with that.
Okay, and that'll be the motion I make. We'll continue this this item until the Pahrump meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any public comment?
Chair?
Go to it.
I don't see any public comment here, but I will make one final comment if I may. I just want to remind the board that with no applicant, we approved an event just prior to this item. So I ask myself, is it better that Mr. Dubin not have been here because he had an event and now we're going to be very critical? So if we're going to be critical, let's be critical to everybody, fair across the board.
These questions would have been asked if he was there or not. So with that, I have closed public comment. Call for the question.
Aye.
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 5-0. Thank you.
And I'd like to say, nice shirt.
Oh, thank you. We should always be promoting our events in our community.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was referring to Mr. Campbell's shirt.
Oh, it's a great shirt, too. Oh, by the way, can we all just wish him a happy birthday? Today is his birthday.
Happy birthday.
Mr. Campbell. You got something forward?
Well, let's finish up this. Yeah, let's finish this Highway Commission. I'm going to turn this over to the Highway Commission.
Item number 10 for possible action, discussion, and deliberation regarding General Road Report by Public Works Director on general road maintenance, gravel road maintenance, asphalt patching, weed mowing, and direction regarding public works projects.
Good morning, everyone. Is the director available?
Good morning.
Good morning, Director. Please, your report. Floor is yours.
Up here. Okay. All right. So.
Was that all rise or all right?
No, all right.
Okay, just check.
So starting out in April of 2022, we had 26 online requests. In April of 2021, we had 22 requests. We did have a lot of requests for Belmont Road and a couple of other things that are currently being addressed. So I think if we take those out, the request did go down, but just barely. So not a good month for April, but I like that people are turning in the requests so that we know what we need to go do, and we tend to get right on it. Starting in Tonopah, we are crack sealing. As all of you that showed up here this morning realized that we got done with the roadways, or the bulk of the roadways that we need to do for the chip seal program, and have started on the complex here. And so I apologize for that. I didn't know they were doing that this morning until this morning. So I told them just do around the back and the Public Works parking lot and get that part done for today. And if you finish that early, then we can go work back on the roadways. Besides that, what's that?
Did they not know what your plan was?
Well, they knew the plan. Once they got done with the stuff for the chip sealing program, then they were to come over here. And
there wasn't an and or a but that said, except for Tuesday.
Except for Tuesday when the commission meeting is in Tonopah, yes. There was not I didn't clarify that. No, I did not. Other than that, up in the north, we are grading the Road 525 in Redville and Redville Valley South, Cherry Creek, Lincoln County line, Duckwater, Peavine, and San Antonio roads. So That's what we're working on currently in the north. Beatty and Amargosa area, all hands on deck, working on Farm Road, getting it ready to be paved. Other than that, if there is any kind of major pothole needs to come in, then we try to address that naturally. The rest of Farm Road on a daily basis. Prompt for maintenance needs, we are doing flood cleanup. We'll be doing that for a long time. Pothole patching and dirt patching as requested and as identified. We have actually started going out and driving around and identifying major potholes and stuff that need to be fixed. And then tree trimming as needed. Projects, Plum Valley Boulevard South. We are crossing the T's and dotting the I's on the contract for that with the selected bidder, and hopefully we will be able to start that within this month. So if you guys live down that way, all I can say is I'm sorry, it's going to be congested, and we're going to try to do the best we can in order to not cause too much delay going up and down Plum Valley Boulevard South. But there will be delays. It is construction. Okay. Dandelion and Mount Charleston, the supplies have been ordered, and we're waiting for a delivery date on that. And as soon as we get the delivery date, we will give the go-ahead to get started on that intersection to remediate that deep ditch that's there. Farm Road, we talked about that. We are hauling gravel. We are making gravel and hauling gravel on Farm Road and getting it prepped and ready. And we hope to have that done by the end of the month at the latest so that they can get out there and pave that road, that section of roadway. And so that everybody remembers, it's from School Lane to Power Line Road. Okay? And that will complete what is on the pavement preservation list at that point. There will be an agenda item brought back to the RTC to update the pavement preservation list in our meeting in June. Okay. Chip seal program. I don't know how many of you have driven by the yard there in Pahrump, but we have about 3,000 tons of chips sitting there ready to go on the roads.
Patch some of my own stuff, but
is that why it looked like somebody was out there shoveling in it?
You guys caught me, but that's the way it goes.
So, hopefully they will have the oil made. According to the oil supplier, they should have it made and ready for us by the end of next week so that we can get started on our chip seal program. In the meantime, we will be starting up to grind up a couple roads in the far south. They were on the chip seal list to be ground and re-chipped, and those will be the first roads that we do as a county on gravel roads. We're going to test out a couple of paved roads to get the feel of the machines, to get the feel of the spray of the oil and stuff on something that's not gravel, that is harder to chip on than pavement. And then we'll go and work on the gravel roads, and we'll continue on from there. So we should be able to get rid of all of that chip you see at the yard. Should be by the end of summer. We should be able to get rid of all of that. That's the plan, at least. And that would include doing Front Valley Boulevard North. That's part of the plan for us to, it's one of the few that or not one of the few, one of the first roads we're going to actually do in Pahrump. Linda on 372. Mr. Shaner was able to finish drawing up a plan that will carry the water in the direction we wish for it to do. And I mean, it's got to be cut to the T, and it's got to be paved just right. But we do have a plan that we are going to be able to pull the water away from 372, take it across Linda, and then bring it back up the other side of Linda. And then that way we can get rid of that deep concrete ditch that's there, and so.
That's one of Donna's pride and joys there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we are working on getting it done. We have the plan done, and all we have to do now is figure out how many square yards of asphalt we need and get that bid out and get working on it. Cool. Now, Belmont Road. As you know, we pulled item 29 today because after going out and re-inspecting the road yesterday, and I was able to bring more tools to be able to dig into the road to see exactly what is there. And it seems like the original blade laid pavement is underneath, it looks like a gravel section, and then above that gravel section is the chip seal. So it's hard underneath that. And so there's more discovery that needs to be done in order to figure out exactly what we need to do out there. But in the meantime, I do have some monies that I can spend out there in order to fix the potholes as they stand. It's going to be a temporary fix, and it's going to cost a little bit of money, but it'll get us to where we're not wasting money. And that's the one thing I don't want to do. That's 25 miles of road that we have to fix, and I don't want to waste money.
Sounds like they've done a lot of repairs on that road, different methods.
Different methods.
To try to get a road that would be stabilized, because that thing seems like it tears up all
Correct.
the time.
It tears up all the time. The chip seal that you have, which is on top of the gravel, which is on top of the blade mix, that's been there for quite a few years, right? But in order to fix that, we would have to grind all of that up, regrade everything, and then chip seal the whole road. They have done what we call skim patches or cold mix patches in the last few years. I think the last one they did was like 5 years ago, and those are still holding up. So if we can get 5 years and fix the sections that are bad, it's about 4.5 miles that are really super bad right now. If we can fix those areas, then it'll give us a little bit of time to see what we can do, maybe gain some money, maybe get an MFLAP grant for it, something like that in order to do it. And I can get started on that and get most of that done with what I have available this fiscal year. So, and then that way I don't have to wait, because if any of the things that were on that list, we went out for procurement, it would be 60 days minimum before we'd be able to start anything.
And then it'll be the wrong weather, and we're back to square one.
Correct.
So let's just go do it.
Absolutely.
Do it.
So that is the Belmont Road, and that's the reason why we pulled it, because we're just going to go out there and fix it the way it sits. Okay?
Through the chair, that was a good decision.
Thank you. Does that summarize your report?
That's it. I'll turn it back over to you guys.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I got one question. On your item, we do street sweeping all the time. It's on your list.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we request to buy a new street sweeper? And
we did.
For it, and
we are waiting for them to show up.
I can't wait, huh? Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, I don't have anything.
Was Frank done?
Yes, I was done.
Oh, okay.
And I don't have
Commissioner
anything.
Strickland,
If you'd
you
like
have
to
nothing?
continue,
Thank
please.
you. Commissioner Jabor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for the update. And please remind your staff that's out there, it's not easy to be out there in the cold and in the heat. And just let them know that we appreciate what they're doing.
Yeah, it's cold this morning. I think they're glad that they have to do the crack sealing, because it's 350 degrees machine. So, I mean, it's nice and toasty. They can go over and warm up on it.
Warm up their bagels.
Yeah, I put the bagels on top, put the can of soup up there, get ready for lunch. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes, I just have a couple of things. Somebody finally took all the gravel off of the corner of Deerskin and Unicorn, which I'm very thankful for. And I have one other item over on Game Bird. Actually, I have two items. I think I mentioned this before, that Hurricane, the street called Hurricane, has been filled in the cracks, and now it's really rough, and we have the same issue there that we have down on Pahrump Valley Boulevard that you're looking into fixing. Someone needs to please go over and take a look at what they've done to Hurricane. It's terrible when you drive down it. It's bumpity, bumpity, bump. And then the other one is Game Bird itself. There's a bunch of those street markers, that stand up in a certain area there. It's not all the way down Game Bird. It's something when they repaved Game Bird that they put up, and I think it had something to do with flooding. But I was taking a look at those when I came in the other day. One side of Game Bird in that area has been graded. It looks really nice. The other side, because of the markers, has not been graded, has lots of weeds. And I cannot see where there's any justification for actually having those markers. And I'd like to make a request for you to go out and look at them and perhaps remove them. They don't look good to start with, and they're of no use at this point. There's no big ditch there or anything. It looks just exactly like the other side, only one side's graded now and one's not, and one has, this kind of eyesore as you're driving down. And since it looks like there's no justification for them, I'd like to see them removed if possible, unless you can come up with a justification. I think it had something to do with flooding, but that area's not flooded in years, and it looks like it's not ever going to flood again with all the rain we're not getting. And I think there was some other work.
What area are you talking about of game bird?
There's some other.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Just a minute. There's some other work that's been done since then to control the flooding, so I don't think they're even necessary. And a lot of people are kind of riding over the white line as they come down there because they're trying to stay away from those. They're so close to the road that they're trying to stay away from the markers. So they're basically getting across the white line. And who was that that asked a question?
That was me. Which area? You talking about from Game Bird, from the highway to, what is that, Malibu?
Yeah, there's a bunch of those white markers like you have on the corner over there on Mount Charleston. And there's just, they're just out there in the middle of nowhere, and they're really close to the road to the point people have to go over the white line because they're afraid of hitting them. And they've been there for a long time, but I see no justification for them. It's not like the whole street has markers. It's just a certain area there. And I think it would clean the area up and look much better if we did. So anyway, that's just have somebody go out and look at it and bring us back a report. Thank you.
Okay, the white markers that you're talking about are actually there to delineate that there is a drainage channel on that side of the road. And that drainage channel is 2 feet below the road surface to the top of the bottom of the drainage channel. We cannot grade in that drainage channel because it has riprap in it. We do need to go out and do some maintenance on the weeds, and so we will get that done for sure. But yeah, that is what they're there for. And I agree, they are a little close to the road. We'll see if we can move them out, a foot or two to make sure that there's plenty of room.
Actually, that side is no deeper than the side across from it. It's filled itself in or something because there's not a drainage channel there anymore, basically. Just so take a look at it and I don't know, fill it in with some rock or something. But,
yes, ma'am. And that is very possible. It might have done that during the flood. So yeah, we'll definitely address that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. And I've got just a couple of brief issues. I know we've been really getting on top of moving projects forward, so I want to thank my colleagues on the RTC and the continued support from the Board of County Commissioners and being able to move road projects forward. We now have a director. He's no longer acting, but he's in his full capacity, and I look forward to seeing the continued leadership for what Director Bowling has exuded in the last couple of months and continuing to see that grow and do good stuff with the department. So let's just keep moving forward. Roads are a priority, as you can see. The commissioners are always very spirited in their comments, and let's continue to prioritize the things that are important to the people and to the board. So with that, I'd like to open public comment. Anyone wishing to speak, 3 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record if you do speak in public comment. *9 on the phone.
There's no comment on the phone.
Okay. Seeing no one, closing public comment. Those are my comments. We'll recess the Board of Highway Commissioners back to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that. Open up number 11, please. Consent agenda items.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is that for 11,
I have a motion and a second. Any public comment on this? Yes.
Yeah, need to.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, you said number 11, but I believe the motion was for 11, 12, and 13.
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, we said consent agenda items, so Commissioner Blendo said go for it. So I got a motion and a second. Any public comment on this item?
None.
One.
No, Chair.
Okay, none down there. Close public comment. Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye. Carvalho's aye. It's 5-0. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break here. Be back at 20 after.
You don't even have to ask for question.
Okay, guys, let's go. Let's get back to order. Well, let's get back to order. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go back to item number 8. I want to reopen number 8.
Item number 8, 10 o'clock timed item for possible action, public hearing, discussion, and deliberation to issue an outdoor festival license to Garth Harris for the Blue Diamond Stake Pioneer Day celebration to be held July 23rd, 2022 at Ian Deutsch Memorial Park, 1600 Honeysuckle Street, Prum, Nevada.
Is the DA there? I can't see the DA. Is the DA available? Anybody from the district attorney's office?
Oh, Danny's not there. Hold on.
Good morning, Chair Michelle Nelson from the DA's office.
Okay, Michelle.
Our mics were not on.
Good point. Excuse me?
I'm sorry, Chair, just one brief moment. Janie had stepped away. Our mics were off. Could you please point the camera to the DA's? She just needs a moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Please, Chairman, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And Michelle, thank you for answering. My question is that the item that's number 8 that we just opened, I believe Commissioner Blendo is correct. We went ahead and approved something that had no backup or no information on it. I would like to be able to take this item and be able to move it to the next meeting. Can I do that with knowing that it's a public hearing? We went through the process and approved it. I think we may have a problem, but I just want to know.
If I may respond, Marla Slotek, since it already occurred at 10 as the public hearing, you took the motion, you took the vote, then the answer would be no, but you can always re-agendize and bring it again.
Okay, then we'll end up doing that. I just want to make sure we got something clear, because it's, I think Commissioner Blendo was correct. Thank you. So let's move on. Let's see, we'll move on to item number 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Item 14 for possible action, approval to adopt Nye County Resolution number 2022-18, a resolution directing the levy of a special assessment to each water user situated within the confines of the groundwater basins within Nye County for fiscal year 2022 through 2023.
Chair, disclosure, I'm a well drilling contractor but have no pecuniary interest in this item. Thank you.
Anybody else have any disclosures need to make? Okay. With that, is there any questions from the board?
Division of Water Resources.
Oh, they are?
Is the division on the line?
think anybody's there, but I got questions about the.
Chair,
Yes.
I do have a hand raised if you'd like to see if
Let's
that's
see who
them.
that is. It could be them.
Thank you. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Good morning, Commissioners. Daniel Randles, Division of Water Resources, RANDLES. If you do have any questions or would like clarification beyond the letter and the assessment request, I'm more than happy to provide that today.
Great, thank you. Board, is there anybody any questions?
I don't, sir.
No.
Mr. Blando?
Chairman, through you, thank you. Mr. Randall, thank you for being on the line. My primary question is, you're asking us to direct the levy of a special assessment to each water user, and this funds DWR. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It funds a portion of DWR, and this is a special assessment request under NRS 534.040 for groundwater assessments. I believe the first one is for a number of basins within Nye County, and I'm not seeing our list that's associated with that.
Yeah,
I believe the second request.
It's everything but Pahrump, so that's what it'd be.
That's why there's two.
Right.
Just Mr. Randall, one brief moment. That's why there's two separate items. One is for the county, and then it separates out the Pahrump Basin 162.
Correct.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Randall.
As such, these funds they're not part of our general fund. They are specific accounts directly related to those basins and directly used for the work that is conducted in those basins. Each basin must be a designated basin, and each basin must be managed separately. As I'm sure that you've become very aware, in Nye County, that each of these does not have all the similarities of each other. So in our management, oftentimes we are conducting pumping inventories or groundwater level measurements. In Pahrump specifically, we do a water rights relinquishment map and keep that updated.
You need
But
to
these
stick
are all
to just outside of Basin 162, sir, because it's a separate line, item. Thank you.
Yeah, just so it's clear, there's two items on the agenda. The first item is basically
this
what
would
the
be all
commissioner is
Basin.
asking you for. Sir, hang on a second. Let me explain it so you got it clear. Okay, this again, you're talking about the specific resolution for everything other than Pahrump. So don't talk about the Pahrump Basin yet.
I don't.
Thank
Okay, yes, sir.
Commissioner Blunt will continue. Commissioner Blundell, continue.
Yeah, I think he was trying to still give an answer, or did he terminate speaking?
Mr. Randall, can you continue your conversation? Sorry about the lag in time. The question was specific from Commissioner Blundo. Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you. So this agenda item is in direct relation to Upper Reese River Valley, White River Valley, Amargosa Valley, and Big Smoky Valley, and Tonopah Flat groundwater basins. And each of these revenues is to support those basins and the work we're doing there. It's specific related to water rates held in those areas or the work that we need to do to manage those areas. Just for an example, in Big Smoky Valley, we have a large mine out there that we monitor and oversee and check on water. That's not the case in Amargosa. Amargosa is a bit different, that we're doing an inventory and we're checking on all the pumping that's happening in that basin. So just to make it a point that each one is unique.
My next question is this a special levy in above what we normally levy?
I'm not quite sure that I understand the question.
So every year we do a levy. We do levy these assessments. My question is we do that annually. Is this an additional one above and beyond the traditional one that we levy? Could I get an answer to that? And that might come from our staff too.
I don't believe so, sir. This is the only request for a special assessment by the state engineer's office in these basins.
Okay. And is there any further illustration of the performance, the work, and any of the detail that you are providing with these tax revenues?
I did provide a breakdown. I don't see it with the letter that I sent. That showed what the expenditures were by my office. Okay. We had them combined, and you're seeing our expenditures from the office. Most of our expenditures related to this work is staff time, and their work, typically it's work in the field or processing of that data in our office and office time. This money can also be used to fund for the vehicles or the per diems if necessary, if our employees are traveling a farther distance than they can do in a day.
Gas prices are up. Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Those are the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blando. Anybody else have questions? Commissioner Jabor? Commissioner Cox?
No, thank you.
Okay, public comment?
Yes, Chair, there is. Mr. Bosta, please state and spell your name for the record.
John Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. I think it's important that what is happening here is that the state engineer originally had a contractor to inspect artesian wells, and that contractor was not an employee of the Department of Water Resources. In the Amargosa Valley and the other valleys in the county, agricultural water rights are more than quasi-municipal. So therefore, each agricultural water right or mining water right is assessed, and this is on both artesian and non-artesian wells, and it is to pay for the person to come and inspect that well, read the meter, and etc. In Pahrump, quasi-municipal water rights is greater than agricultural, so therefore each parcel in the town of Pahrump is assessed the amount of money to pay for that tax. But when I listen to what the gentleman from the Department of Water Resources says, this is to pay for staff.
Mr. Bosta, hang on one second. Let's not talk about the Pahrump Basin. We're talking about other than the Pahrump Basin.
Okay, the only difference is that in Pahrump, I'll talk on it the next item then. But the point is that this was for an individual contractor, not a staff member of the Department of Water Resources, to pay for their expenses. And you got to go back to the original legislation and see what they are collecting tax on. And I think they're collecting tax on things other than just this contractor that they hire to inspect wells. And it is not a staff employee, according to the legislation. Thank you.
And, Mr. Bosta, I agree with some of the things you said. A lot of time has passed. This is a requirement to be passing down. It's another unfunded mandate for us to take care of for this NRS. One of the things I have to communicate on is I looked at all the documentation you sent for this particular item, and that's, information that's pretty much readily available. Anybody can print that out. So I'm trying to figure out what is really happening in regards to the persons or person, whoever's doing it. What's the real job they're doing? Because I was hoping to see something that showed, basin information saying this is where we are. Last time we looked at this basin, and this is where it's going down at. It's coming up. The artesian wells are flourishing. They're not. Looking for something that's really detailed, but I don't see that on on any of the data that you sent me, and you sent the rest of this board. You know, that, like I said, the data that's in there, I can actually print it out myself. So what is really their job? So I'm trying to understand, because there's a lot of money you're asking for. And I mean, I think in your letter it says there wasn't sufficient funds last year to cover the amount of work effort. So I need some help to understand that part as well.
Okay. Dan Reynolds for Water Resources. As I mentioned, each basin is unique. The comments by Mr. Basta are correct that the basins that we're talking about right now are managed under NRS 534.040, Section 3 to be specific, and that those are predominantly agricultural basins. Therefore, each water holder is assessed based on the amount associated with their permit that they hold. As such, we assess them based on that and at a rate that's the rate is to all permits equally. For an example, the Amargosa rate is 60 cents an acre foot. In Amargosa, we are conducting a large amount of this is for us to conduct what's called a pumpage inventory, where we go out and we check each well and how much has been pumped. And that report is available, and past reports since 1983 on our website. It's under water.nv.gov, and then our mapping and data, and then water use and availability. And you can look at any inventory, whether pumpage or crop inventory that we conduct there. And a lot of the work that we're doing here is to support, such as, like I said, that Amargosa one. As far as, excuse me, as far as the Big Smoky Valley, as I mentioned, we have a large mine there that we're monitoring, and that has a number of applications or waiver requests with our office each year for either drilling of new wells or plugging of other ones. And sometimes they submit that data to us directly, or sometimes we're actually coordinating with them to get on the site and do that work. But it's also monitoring that we're doing directly in that particular basin. In the Upper Reese River Valley, to my knowledge, I don't believe that we conduct an inventory, but we do spring water level measurements every year. That data is also available on our website at water.nv.gov under the mapping and data and water levels, and can show water levels from past years and when we've collected that data and what we're doing there. The same can be said for White River Valley, Basin 207. And I think as you look at these summaries, you'll see that the rates vary, such as this White River Valley is at 30 cents an acre foot. So I think it's important to point out that we're doing that in an effort to only ask for the assessment to cover our cost of the work that we're doing in that basin. To do that, either typically a pumpage inventory or groundwater levels, or monitoring of water rights in the area. And because with the mine and everything else, that we're trying to take that into account. That's our goal in collecting these assessments that have been going on, as I mentioned in the letter, since the 1940s.
No, we appreciate that. I wanted to make sure that came out. The point is that it would be nice to have, the charts showing those water levels and, what the past stuff are. I know those are all available you can get them online. The point is it's not part of this package that came to us. I would have thought that would have been part of that. So it makes it a lot more understanding of why you guys are asking for the money you're asking for. So with that, do I have any more comments for this item? Do I have any public comment on the phone?
No, Chair.
I'm going to close public comment. Commissioners?
Motion to approve.
Jabor seconds.
I have a motion and a slow second.
Chairman?
Commissioner, you got any comments?
Chairman, I believe that was, just to correct, it'll be a motion to adopt.
Correct.
And I should have read the whole thing. Motion to adopt Nye County Resolution number 2022-18. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll amend my second.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, with that, call for the question.
Or aye.
Carboni's aye. Anybody else want to vote? Commissioner Blendo?
Blendo is nay.
Commissioner Cox?
Nay.
Okay. Motion still carries 3-2. Thank you. I'm going to take item 15, and then as an item 33, we're going to take after that. So number 15, please.
Item 15 for possible action, approval to adopt Nye County Resolution number 2022-19, a resolution directing the levy of a special assessment on all taxable property situated within the confines of the Pahrump Valley Groundwater Basin for fiscal year 2022 through 2023.
Chairman, more specifically, disclosure that this is Basin 162, and I have no pecuniary interest in this particular item, but as a well drilling contractor, I am governed by DWR in this basin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll open this up for the gentleman on phone to tell us a little bit about the item we've got here. Again, this is strictly for the Basin 162, because I have questions for you, but go ahead and talk about it for a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Basin 162 Pahrump is a direct assessment, slightly different than the last ones, as it's collected under NRS 530-4040, Part 2, and that this is a predominantly non-agricultural basin. So per NRS, this is a request to be done at a flat rate. That is also coordinated and requested of the county to be done with guidance from the Department of Taxation, that a flat rate is the easiest, we believe, and to do so. This letter was amended as I had an incorrect amount of parcels in the area. I think it might have been for the entire county.
Yes, you did.
And I'd like to thank Justin Zimmerman of the assessor's office for pointing it out and getting that correction to me. And very happy to have that information. In doing so, the request is approximately, sorry.
That corrects the cost, correct?
Yes, sir, that changes the cost per parcel.
Thank you.
With that correction and approximately 51,000 taxable parcels in Pahrump, that charge is roughly $265 per parcel. And again, this is to assist us with a pumpage inventory that happens in that basin on all wells with a water right are checked yearly. This also assists us in having mapping done for the relinquishments that are done in the basin. In the past year, of July 2020 to June 2021, there was 96 relinquishments made. From 2021 until the current date, being May 3rd, we have 77 relinquishments made with approximately 40 relinquishments pending. And I'd like to say that I'm proud of the staff that we have on this. Ms. McCartan, she's been keeping up on those really well. Most relinquishments in this area are within the last 2 months of being filed. So we've really made it a point to try to keep up on those and, for the area. And we're also updating that map, which is referenced on the county's Nye County Water Board site as a reference, and using that information. And
was that a combination of domestic and anything else as far as those relinquishments?
Those are just purely domestic. Yes, so those are just domestic.
Thank you. I just want people to know that.
And
anything else you want to offer?
The current request, Our current request is $136,000 in this basin. Based on the report that we gave you, roughly our cost of operating in the basin is about $147,000 roughly. And, considering, if we were to do just a simple 5% increase of like pay and gas and cost of, vehicles and everything else, there's a chance, I think that would be roughly $155,000 by next year, the year after, when these funds are available to us to spend. So our goal is not to collect more than we're using, but I think that you can see based on the request and on the information provided that we're spending more than we're asking you for at this point in time.
Thank you. Anything else
If you have any further, no, sir. If you have any further questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to open up public comment. Spell your name for the record, sir.
Samuel Jones, Jones. How many times do we, the people, have to say no more taxes? We own the water that we pump out of our wells. Why should we have to pay taxes to anybody for anything? These unfunded mandates that you're talking about are just that, unfunded mandates. They're not law. The only law is the Constitution of the United States. That's the supreme law. And you people that sit up here and vote on this stuff better start realizing that we, the people, run this country, and we, the people, run this county, and you represent us. Remember, no more taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Spell your name for the record.
John Bosta, VOSTA. I think first and foremost is that you are monitoring wells, commercial wells for commercial water rights that have meters on it. What is the difference between a meter for agriculture or a meter for quasi-municipal? You have the meter readings. There is so many acre feet of water per well per meter. You should charge the person who owns the water rights that fee. The public should not have to pay the fee for the water right holders. You are charging people a fee and calling it a tax. A fee is to pay for a service. A tax is for general operations. Here in this case, charging each parcel inside of the town of Pahrump, that is a fee, not a tax. And the landowners that do not use the water that's being pumped should not have to pay for the water right owners that own the well that has a meter on it. You say it's more equitable to take and divide by the 51,000 parcels instead of going back to the number of wells per acre foot of water that is allowed in each well, certified. There are so many wells that are in the status of PER and they have not been certified on the amount of water they use. But let's be realistic. This was agricultural water rights converted to quasi-municipal. This is not a quasi-municipal valley. It is originally an agricultural valley, and agricultural water rights have been converted to quasi-municipal. And the state engineer's office is simply coming in and saying, oh, we'll just charge so much a flat fee for each parcel. But each parcel doesn't use the water. I think it's unjust. And actually, take a look at it. You're calling this a tax, and it is not a tax. It is a fee for a service. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? On the phone?
No, Chair.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, Commissioner, John, Mr. Basta was very, very correct. This is a little bit different than the item prior to this. when we're talking about specifics. This is an issue for the Pahrump Basin. I'm looking for any other comments from the commissioners.
Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Blundell.
I want to afford DWR the opportunity to explain the work they're doing, because they are requesting this special assessment on taxable property. So I would like the opportunity to ask them that question. What work are you performing on Basin 162?
Thank you, Commissioner. The majority of the work associated with Basin 162 is that pumpage inventory, as I'd mentioned. The collection of this against all parcels as a flat fee is per NRS, which we are bound to ask for that special assessment. And it's not a tax; it's a special assessment. It doesn't fall into the same taxation guidelines, but our request under NRS is to be collected by the proper officers of the county, and as such, they put it on the tax bill as a line item. As I mentioned before in the previous basins, those inventories are available online, and I'll work to get an inventory over to anyone that would like it, or they can contact our office on how to locate those online. Inventories for the Pahrump Basin are available from 1959 to 2020. With the 2021 report, I expect will be posted soon. But that is the majority of our work, and we're checking each well, and we're checking to see what the amount of being pumped in the basin, and trying to manage the water rights and the water use availability through that.
Commissioner, you got anything else you want to ask?
A large concern is, for me specifically, if voting for this would be voting, would it be akin to voting to potentially be curtailing or restricting somebody's use of a domestic well? Clearly, if we were to enter a critical management type situation, DWR, which is what this resolution would be funding through a special assessment, that's my big concern right here, right now. Thank you.
In response,
Chair.
Commissioner, if I may respond. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
I don't believe that this would be in direct relation to a curtailment. This assessment has actually been made since 1959 at least, and it's actually been paying for the work of these inventories since that time. Those inventories that I mentioned that are available online. So this is directly related to the information and data collected by my office to provide to the public, or to provide additional information that our office would normally not do in every basin. As far as decisions of curtailment or other information, that would, not to say that it's separate, but we would take this data and we would consider it, but it's not. This money isn't to fund a curtailment. This money is to collect the data and the information related to that inventory and to those groundwater level measurements, and trying to manage the information and make that information available to the public.
Thank you for that answer. If we were to, the data that you're collecting through this assessment, that data would be used in the assessment for curtailment if we were to reach that kind of critical point? Is that an accurate statement?
That data would be considered, but it wouldn't be the only consideration if a curtailment was looked at. Based on that, our state is a prior appropriation state. We would be looking at the right and when they were filed and the dates associated with those. Those would fall under what we call a hydrographic abstract to see on the filings and the amount of water asked for in each permit and the date that it was filed, and that would be more directly associated with the curtailment. In these reports and these inventory reports, we take into account each permit, and it's a check that each water right holder is staying within the bounds of their permits, but also to see if they're fully pumping their permits, or it's also a tracking mechanism for us to see if some holders have not been using their water for non-use, and if that should be something addressed by our office, 4 years of non-use, and then we would contact them to notify them by NRS.
Mr. Randall, I'll end it with this final question, this final line of inquiry. You know, due to the special assessment, the funding of this situation, I know you've made comment that the information is readily available online. What efforts has DWR put forward in contacting? As you know, Basin 162 is, the people here care very much, and we're very cognizant of the water. It's a very precious resource. What efforts have DWR, again, using this special assessment to collect all this data, all this information? What has DWR done to get that information back out to the county commissioners, to us, to the people?
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe we've been to a number of public meetings. We've also sent individuals from our office out to speak to the hydrology of the basin and to what the current conditions are and how we're trying to help make information available. Online, of course, is a way for us to get it to the most people, but if somebody has a request that they're unable to get online and get that information, they can always put in a request with my office to get a copy of that report, and we're more than happy to provide that if so. We also, we send our staff into this basin to collect the data ourselves. We're collecting that information, but we're also coordinating with some of the larger holders of water rights in the valley as to usage of water, such as the Nye County Water Board. I believe that in the past, our Las Vegas office has worked or sat in on some of the Nye County Water Board's meetings and been available for comment as well. And we hope to be invited to do that in the future and provide information. We are a state agency, and we're still bound to have to operate under the NRS, but we're more than happy to attend and be a part of those meetings, those public meetings.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you for that. Are you done, Commissioner?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. And Mr. Randall, thank you so much for the explanation. I do appreciate you answering the questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Strickland.
Chair, I would like to ask the
Chair.
Nye County Water District Governing Board.
Excuse me, we need to take a quick break in Pahrump. Just 5 minutes, please, Chair.
Okay.
Granicus.
Hey, thank you. Make sure it stays on the phone. Thank you.
Yeah. Chairman, somebody's got it. I don't know.
Thank you, Janie. So let's continue on this item so we can get it completed so we can move forward. So, commissioners, do you have any comments?
I was just going to make a request for the Nye County Water District Governing Board if they would look into potentially changing this NRS via BDR, that this particular special assessment should be borne to the owners of the water rights and not each individual property owner moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. I agree with that. Again, just my comments. Could you explain how large this basin really is and how far does it cover past our borders?
In reference to the yes, sir. Are you in reference to the Pahrump Basin? It is a basin. Pretty much is, if you were to step outside and look at the hillsides, that would be the ridge line would be the basin boundary line typically, and that mapping is also available on our website. But I will try to make that a map available. I can make it available this year. Or I can include it with our submittal next year if you like. But
doesn't this
that is
travel
the
past our,
percent.
Mr. Reynolds, doesn't this pass our borders into Clark County and also into California?
The region does travel into California. I didn't believe that this actually went down into Clark County. I thought it was fully within.
I think you need to look at it. It almost travels all the way to Blue Diamond. So, I just a kind of a comment, or I don't want to say comment, but I think we need to really look at what we're doing when we say we're going to go check and see what's going on with the basin in regards to pumping. And because we don't have any control over in Clark County, but from your standpoint, you should, and you should see what the actual pumping is and see how much water is going in those directions. Right now, we're looking at thousands of acres of solar panels getting ready to get put in, and it takes a lot of water to clear up the areas that they want to put these panels in. That's water being pumped out of Basin 162. For years, Jason King kept on telling us this basin is going to be underneath management control if we didn't stop pumping. So here we are getting ready to pump a bunch of water out to another county, okay, to take care of solar. So it's just, excuse me, just again to take into consideration the things we need to look at in regards to trying to pop every property owner for some funds to cover work that you're doing. I think you need to go a lot further past Pahrump and start looking at what everybody else is doing other than just us. I'm kind of agreeing with all my commissioners here. I haven't heard from all of them, but I'm starting to agree with a lot of it. So we need to really understand this. So I'm going to turn this over to the next commissioner, Commissioner Jabor. Do you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually really appreciate all of the feedback that's been given, especially from Mr. John Bosta, because it makes sense. However, looking at the NRS 534.040, it says that this is a requirement for us to fund this. So I'm not sure where we can go at this point because of the NRS. And perhaps I'd like to hear from the TA.
Yeah.
Mr. District Attorney?
Yes, Marla Zlotek on behalf of the District Attorney's Office. You are correct, Commissioner Jabor. It is mandated by that NRS that you referenced.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Deputy DA Marla Zlotek, on behalf of the District Attorney.
So I guess that's any other comments. So, Will, you have anything else you want to give to us?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Chair, don't forget about me.
Oh, I'm going to get to you. Don't worry.
Okay.
I guess there's nothing else coming from him. So go ahead, Commissioner Cox.
Okay. I'd like to ask the district attorney if they have an opinion, or they could tell us, is this actually a tax or a fee?
Okay.
They are conferring right now.
Ms. Lotek and I conferred, and we kind of think that this is actually more of a political question than a legal question. And the reason I say that is because I understand what Mr. Basta said, but we don't agree that that's necessarily applicable to everything. The fact that specific people are paying something, it could be a tax or a fee depending on the circumstances. So there's really not a hard and fast thing here. It's really more, this is a specific revenue extraction or revenue generating thing which affects certain people. We don't think that that's the kind of the deciding issue, the fee versus tax thing. So.
Well, I have no reason to make it political. I mean, I wasn't even thinking politics.
Well, when
I'm not running for an office.
No,
so
I wasn't.
An answer.
I'm sorry, I wasn't insinuating that you were. What I was saying is that that distinction does not decide anything as it pertains to this question. It is what it is, which is an assessment, and whether it's the way it's classified, we don't see that that really makes much of a difference in this particular situation. That's what I was saying. I was certainly not insinuating that you were being political. I just meant there's basically, if we thought that, for example, that this wasn't worded correctly or it were inappropriate because it's a fee and it should be a tax or vice versa, we would say so. That'd be a legal determination. What we think in this situation is this is more of a policy decision. We don't do that. That's what the commissioners do, and so we don't want to step on your toes. And so if we had an opinion, it wouldn't really be a legal opinion. It would just be our policy opinion, which is your bailiwick.
Okay, so in order to make our decision, we were asking you for an opinion so that we can make a
Say again,
decision.
please.
I said in order to make a decision on this, then we were asking for your opinion so that we can make our decision based on your opinion. But maybe the Attorney General, can we ask them for an opinion?
Well, hang on for 1 second.
Could you ask them for an opinion? They're conferring.
We would welcome the opinion of the gentleman on the phone, but Ms. Lotek and I have discussed this, and we would have to say that we consider it to be a tax.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then we don't have to do the Attorney General. Right? So, thank you. And I just have some comments from some of the things that in the questions you've already asked. For one thing, I'm thinking that with all this solar coming in and the problems we have with all the water, that maybe we need to consider moving the county line a little further towards Las Vegas so that they can't take our water in order to subsidize their solar programs that they want to put in on the Clark County side. That's not fair for us to have to do. So, yeah, I'd like to have staff consider looking into that for us and seeing what it would take to move those lines. And I also am not happy with the fact that years ago, we weren't paying these dues. This became a mandate several years back, and it's been since I've been here, and I went along with it because I was told it was a mandate, but I'm also told that a mandate is not a law. So if the governor wants to make these mandates, he needs to quit shoving them off on us because we don't have the kind of money the state has. If the state wants to make all these requirements that they have coming forward in order to run their business, which they are a business, the Department of Water Resources is basically a business that we're paying to keep in business, I believe they should be getting their money from the state, not from the counties. Number one. Number two, or number three, actually. So with that, I think I'm going to start changing my mind about doing what the governor says, because I've had some very, very misguidance over the last couple of years with the last few mandates that he's put out that we protested. So I'm not going to go along with this mandate anymore, and I'm not going to go along with any other mandates that this man sends out. So I think everybody's been hurt. They talk about they've been hurt, they need more money. Well, when it comes right down to it, it's the little guy that's really hurt. Because here we go again, another, we've got 20 different people trying to leech us for gas money because the gases went up, so everybody wants us to pay for everybody's gas. Where does it stop? I think it needs to stop right here. The buck needs to stop here. And so go ahead.
Thank you. I think they got the message. The point is that we've heard from the DA. Now we understand what this actually is. Again, it's when you look at the whole process of what this is. It isn't specifically the governor who mandated this. Our legislators did it, and the key is that we need to get the legislators to change things. Maybe we do this all on our own and we don't have to do it through anybody else to make sure we control our basin. But the point is that we need to understand it better. I think so does the folks that are supposedly doing this work, that they need to understand what this basin really is and the issues that are going on. Because, like I said before, Jason King said that this was going to be a managed basin. It was going to go underneath management control because we're over pumping, because of all the properties we had and all the wells we had, and just on and on and on. So I just want to leave it with that. I want to know if there's any more commissioner comments.
No, sir.
I don't see any. Do we have any public comment? Any more public comment?
It's coming. Hang on.
Wait a minute.
Well, as long as it's not the same people.
Chairman?
Well,
just a moment.
You opened it twice?
It was Mr. Jones. He's going back to sit down.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. On the phone?
Yes, Chair. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Thank you. Helene Williams, Williams. According to the Department of Water Resources, Basin 162 is a closed basin, but it stretches, according to your records from DWR, it stretches within Nye County, Clark County, and Inyo County, California. Sir, could you tell me, as an employee of Department of Water Resources, how many wells are being built or properties are being built in Clark County and Inyo County that are sharing the water in Basin 162? Thank you.
Dan Randalls for the record for Division of Water Resources. I don't show that assessment is being made on the Clark County side. It is only being made on the Nye County side. I do find that we do have water rights that we are monitoring on the Clark County side that are about 50 rights, but the majority of those being springs. There's not many groundwater rights that we take a look at, and so in doing so, we took that into consideration of why that assessment is done to just the Nye County side of things, and I can get you a better number if you'd like, but it's not a very large number of rights once you cross that county line. If there is a change made to water rights from Nye County, from Pahrump, to cross the county lines into Clark County, that application would have to go through our office, and then that would be something that we would consider after that is made. So while I was speaking here, I did look up that there are 3 water rights held on the Clark County side. There are roughly 830 water rights held on the Nye County side. So that's why the assessment is broken the way it is, that we don't collect anything on Clark County side and the entire assessment goes to the Nye County side. But like I said, if a solar project did go in and they did legally change the water rights through our office through a change application, we would consider that assessment to then fall on the Clark County side and then being assessed for our having to monitor that on the Clark County side. But please do let me know if I didn't fully answer your question, if you have a follow-up.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Valendo.
I just want to clarify, did you close public comment?
Not yet.
Okay.
Did you? I don't see anybody down there. Is anybody on the phone? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you. She brings up a lot of good questions. That was the reason why I brought up the basin. But I'm also looking at domestic wells too, because there's pumpage is pumpage, no matter what it is. Anybody else have any questions from the board? I don't see any, so I'm going to call for the question.
Aye.
Mr. Chair?
We got a motion?
There's no motion on the floor.
That's what I just said. There's no motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Nye County Resolution number 2022-19.
Did you have something else you wanted to add to that? Something about the
No,
governing
sir.
board? Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay. Fails for a lack of motion. Thank you. So I'm going to move on to item number 33.
Item 33 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to consider amending Nye County Code Chapter 8.04 relating to licensing, regulating, and controlling the use of aerial 1.4 gram Class C consumer grade fireworks that are sold in Nye County at any of the licensed firework companies to authorize the use of consumer grade fireworks on private properties and other locations in Nye County other than the Town of Pahrump Fireworks Safety Site.
Just so it's clear, the action here is to see if the Board of County Commissioners even want to move forward with this item to turn it into a change to the current fireworks ordinance, just so you're aware of what this is for. Okay, so with that, petitioner, you want to speak? Mr. Cox.
Please press the button.
There's a little green light.
State and spell your name for the record as well.
Spell your name. Thank you.
My name is Darren Cox.
COX.
COXDARREN.
Thank you, Mom.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah, I was just here to try to get the legalization of lighting fireworks back onto the private properties of the community, like they used to be back in the 1990s.
Darren, hang on a second. Commissioner Cox, would you like to make some kind of a disclosure?
Yes, I was going to do that at some point when somebody gave me a chance. This item's, I probably need a DA's opinion because this item is something my son is bringing forward, and there may be a conflict here. And so if you're going to vote on something, I'd just as soon set it to the side for my vote because I don't even know if I should be doing that or not. But I do have my own individual feelings about the law the way it stands now anyway. So I can forgo my vote if it's necessary to make it legal.
All you need to do is just to close it. This is your son, and he's presenting this item.
Well, he is.
And then I don't think that.
Just ask the question of the DA.
So anyway, yeah, I'd like the DA's opinion real quick on that, whether I should vote or not vote, or what position I should take here.
Well, what the chairman said is correct, that's the minimum that's required.
Okay.
The decision would be up to, what you think is best and what would minimize the chance that anyone might think there's any kind of shenanigans afoot. But as long as you make the disclosure, then the actual decision is up to you. And
Okay, so I'm disclosing this is my son that's making this, and he brought it forward on his own. I have no opinion right now, but I would like to vote on it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Darren, I'm sorry I had to stop you, but go ahead.
All I am doing here today is just try to get this up and get amendments to the law that you guys already currently have, and try to include it with a permit to be able to take and light fireworks at your own property. The permit, of course, would cost more than the permit at the launch site. That would be because it's customary. Maybe cost a little more during off seasons. Be available for 1 to 3 days. Just to give a little more freedom back out here. You know, you guys have been holding a carrot in front of the horse for the last 10, 15 years with these fireworks. And a lot of people just don't feel in the same spirit as they used to be. I, for one, don't light fireworks anymore in Pahrump because of it. The festivals in Pahrump have taken a hit because of it. And it's just, you know, we're known for marijuana in prisons. We used to be known for fireworks and fun and good times. That's been taken away from us. So let's do this. Let's put in a cost that would benefit the fire department. Let the revenues go to the fire department to give them the ability to buy new products, new things that they need, new equipment. And then it would offset in case they do get a call. Have the permits be able to be purchased at the fire department or the police station so they could go directly in the system to help with dispatch when a call is made to complain. Very simple. Make everybody be safe with the fireworks, have a good system, basically have fireworks safety tips on the back of the paperwork so people can understand how to mount the tubes and things on their own that they should already know how to do. This is just being an adult. It's very simple, and it'll help generate some revenue. I think it is a good idea. And the fireworks sites here also, you can't bring your 12-year-old or your 15-year-old out to light fireworks with you because you have to be an adult. So this will make a little more family fun in the community. And with that, I guess I'm come to a close.
I'd like to ask a question here.
Commissioner Londo, go right ahead.
So I guess my question is are the use of consumer-grade fireworks, is that allowed to be fired off at the fireworks safety site? Could the county manager answer that, or Jimmy?
Yeah, the fireworks that he's talking about are being shot at the shooter sites.
Okay, so the purpose of this item is to be able to take fireworks purchased at the fireworks stores and be able to shoot them off at home. Is that correct?
That's what he's asking.
May I say something? What it would do is it would generate more revenue because the permit would cost more than the $5 you pay at the site because it would be a special permit. So what we're hoping is to get a whole new demographic of people buying permits. It really, I doubt, would affect anything going on at the site.
Well, actually, if I may speak, they are setting these fireworks off anyway, but the county's not benefiting from it. This would just allow, it would keep the people from getting arrested for doing something they enjoy, especially if they were having a little party or family party or something, 4th of July. And it would also give them instructions, safety instructions that they don't get now. And it would also allow, like he said, to generate some funds that would be going somewhere besides just down at the fireworks place we have now. I think that's all I have to say.
Chairman?
Commissioner Blundell.
So I thank you for the explanation, Mr. Cox. Here's my concern. So we have the Pahrump Fireworks Safety Site, and that facility is so we have the safe location to be able to launch fireworks. We have a constant barrage from Las Vegas, California. They don't like our fireworks. Well, tough, because we celebrate the 4th Independence, life, liberty, and freedom in Nye County. So I have no issues with that. I'm equally frustrated because you don't have to dangle the carrot saying, well, pay more to be able to do something on your own property. So if that's the concern, I say just, it's your property. And I do agree, people are launching stuff anyways. Look, it's either New Year's Eve or it's 4th of July. There's typically festivities associated with it. I think half the time people expect it just because they expect some kind of show, whether it be at the Nugget or something sponsored from the town. They expect something on these holidays, so it's very hard to discern whether it's coming from your house or from the park or from the Nugget. So, but you don't need to dangle an additional fee for you to do something at home. I don't like that. So I'm all good. You want to launch stuff, launch it at home. But my concern comes in where it's about the safety, because you have a lot of brush. We do have a lot of responses from 911, fire, but I think we're going to have those responses anyways.
Fireworks are a lot safer than they used to be. You know, back in the day when they did make them illegal in Las Vegas, one of the number one reasons was because of the wooden shingle roofs and what they used to put on them to preserve them. And they don't do that out here. These houses don't burn. You would have to burn some shrubs, and with our rules and our stipulations, because there would be heavy fines if you do something that you shouldn't do. You know, if you go and you shoot these fireworks off next to a bunch of bushes and they're 10 feet from you and you cause a fire and burn something down, you're going to be responsible for it. And the reason that the fee is there is to offset if there is ever anything that happens. Now, if you want to pass it without a fee, I'm all for it. But I'm just saying, I don't want to hurt what goes on out there that you guys are generating revenue. You know, you would have to at least pay the $5 to go out your house, but I figured that the $5, you know, getting a custom one could, you know, you could pay a little bit more for it. I mean, just trying to help out the community in that fact. And besides, you know, I'm sure that we can get some of the firework companies to offset some of their retail sales for locals. Give a discount to the locals and the retail, and that way it would offset the fee.
Again, if you're coming from Las Vegas to purchase fireworks here, part of it is that you have to have a safe location to be able to launch them, because they are illegal in Las Vegas. Now, what some people choose to do is outside of the bounds of our control, our authority. They choose to take it back. That's on them. That's why Highway Patrol does what they do on the mountain. So I'm just looking at it. You know,
the launch site would stay. That would be for people who, for one, don't have a location to go to, and
let's not debate it. Let's not debate it. So let's just, you know, you're trying to answer his questions and it's starting to turn into a debate, and we'll probably never get done. So, do you have any more questions, Commissioner?
No, that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jabor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to know if Chief Lewis is in chambers in Pahrump.
He is not. I believe he got taken away on a call.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Blundo. So in this part of this backup, it reads a 50 to 75 foot distance. That's 50 to 75 foot horizontal distance, Mr. Cox, and thank you for the presentation. So I'd like to know what the projectile is in the vertical, because as we all know, we've experienced since birth, 4th of July and fireworks, the umbrella over into, if we were to do this from our own property, over into our neighbor's property, which is a major concern for me. Not everybody is responsible. I know that you spoke about responsibility. They would be responsible for fines, etc., if they were to do something bad. But of course, with fireworks, having fun, it goes into the next level of perhaps drinking alcoholic beverages, and then we're into another concern.
Well, we can worry about that with driver's licenses and things too. You know, people drink and they drive, and things like that happen all the time. You can't judge people or base your rules and regulations on people who want to break the law to start with. You understand what I'm saying? So that's got nothing to do with this. That those people will need to be fined, and something needs to be done to them, because they're going to do that no matter what.
Hang on 1 second.
Mr. Chair,
you got a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that Scott Lewis is on the line.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cox, for your feedback. So then, how about answering my question as far as the projectile.
As far as what? Can you repeat it again?
Projectile. How high will these fireworks go under the Class C fireworks of your proposal?
You're looking at about 150 feet on average is the height of what they go.
Okay, and then do you think, in your opinion, because I know you've done research, I know we've spoken, do you think that this will umbrella into other people's property?
Not if it's in the center of an acre and a quarter or an acre, unless it was to blow sideways a little in the wind. I mean, these kind of things, they happen, you know, but as far as if the launch tubes are put on a piece of wood and screwed down like they should be done by law in Pahrump, and you are to put bricks around your cakes, nothing will ever get out of control. These fireworks are designed for safety. As we all know, these are not fireworks from Mexico. They're not 1970 fireworks, 1980 fireworks. These are 2020 fireworks. They're highly regulated and under major control. I have not had a backfire on a firework in years, and I set off fireworks all the time.
Okay. I appreciate that. As you know, it's required in Pahrump for a burn permit. They would be required to contact the fire station if anybody wants to do a burn.
Which would be the fireworks. If you have a firework permit, my suggestion was that it be purchased through either the police station or the fire station so that it could be monitored and go into dispatch and have it on record.
Great. Thank you. So at this time, with Chief Lewis on the phone, would we be able?
Can
Absolutely.
I make one more statement?
Thank you.
I'm fearful for the animals. Okay, so there is so much problems when it comes to dogs, cats, horses, and the neighborhood isn't going to know when you got your 2 to 3 day permit. And so in that respect, I'm having trouble supporting that. And I have trouble also with my particular district. I've got Mountain Falls, Artesia, Beezer, and they're surrounded by larger properties, so they could be their animals could be enduring this, and they don't even live on a property big enough to do it themselves. So it's hard to find balance here. Thank you. I'm not asking for an answer. Thank you. Did you want to go to Chief Lewis?
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Jabor. This is Scott Lewis, and I've been on the phone for the entire conversation, just so you know. Commissioner Jabor, you were spot on with your concern regarding the aerials. When we even conduct a 1.3, which is a commercial licensed pyrotechnician show, we go down there, we do pre-inspections on the launch site, we do inspections on how the racks are set, we determine whether the weather is conducive for the launching of those types of fireworks. There's a lot of stop mechanisms and a lot of precautions taken. In the event that 1.4 product was deregulated to the point where, I understand the permit process, but deregulated to the point where it could be conducted in a residential environment, once that aerial leaves its tube, there is no telling where it's going to land. The risks and the liabilities based on that are much broader than have been discussed here. Many people rent homes, so they wouldn't even have necessarily the owner's permission to do those types of aerial launches. We talk about the burn permits. We have so many unauthorized controlled burns, even though we have a permit process. But quite frankly, we have a number of structures lost to that, property losses, injuries. I couldn't imagine trying to manage another aspect of that type of risk, and especially usually they're in the driest time of year, and we are in a considerable drought right now, and our fuel loads are extremely dry, and any ignition source is lighting off fires. In fact, including one of the reasons I was called away this morning for a structure fire. So these types of concerns abound. I appreciate the generous offering of the monies coming to the fire department, but quite frankly, we have to put the life safety considerations before the revenue. And in this particular case, I think the town has gone to a great leaps and bounds to make sure that some of the safe and sane can be used within the community. But the shooter site is the most pragmatic place to light those fireworks because we know the safe conditions in which they're ignited, and we know that Jimmy does an awesome job making sure the public is safe and clearing that area and debris away so there's no ignition sources. And I think that would not be prudent at this point, including the fact that our community is growing in size, our population base is getting closer together in some of the housing developments. I don't know how you would be able just to place an ordinance or change the ordinance just for an acreage size, because we don't know, we can't account for what buildings and other materials are stored on those properties.
May I speak again? May I speak again?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Yeah, I'm going to give you
Sure.
one more shot at it. Go ahead.
Okay, the fireworks he was talking about in the beginning, which he opened up with, which is 1.3 gram fireworks, those things go 300, 400, 500, 600 feet in the air, and they explode the size of football fields and bigger. Okay, yes, of course those have to be regulated. Those are consumer grades. Now, as far as the fireworks that are coming from overseas, especially the 500 gram cakes, those are getting smaller and smaller shots every year because of packaging and the shipment costs and things. The fireworks that you bought 3 years ago were twice the size of packaging. Now, they're all smaller shots because it takes less packaging because of shipping reasons. So these shots are not as big as what they used to be. And like we say, if it goes to the fire chief, he'll tell you that there's a fire risk every year. Okay? Every year there's a fire risk. And you know what, sir? The fire you put out today had nothing to do with fireworks. So for you to use as an example, that's totally unfair. And it probably had nothing to do with dry debris either. So the thing is it's this. Safe and sane fireworks have always been legal here. No one's done a favor to make them legal. Okay? The fireworks that are illegal here were done basically behind everybody's back. There's a ton of people here who want them legal. And if you don't have an acre, then don't get a permit if you want to make that kind of rule. But don't make everybody in this valley not be able to do this. This is not right. You guys are making it to where everybody has to basically go to your site, and then you can't bring your kids. They got to sit on a bleacher. I don't understand what that is. Lighting fireworks is supposed to be family fun, not just the adults doing it. You know?
Thank you, Darren. Appreciate that. Thank you for the input. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys. I'm going to look for public comment.
Chairman,
Commissioner?
There's interest for public comment. Mr. Goldstein,
Okay,
come on down.
On the phone.
Richard Goldstein, Goldstein. Every year, as you know, I work with Zambelli Fireworks, putting on the fireworks for the town of Pahrump. And to say that you have control over these fireworks, that's BS. Once those fireworks leave the tube or leave the ground, you have no control where they will land. And as Chief Lewis said, when we do the fireworks 4th of July, they're highly contained. Everything's inspected. If you were to allow people to shoot the fireworks off the way that Mr. Cox wanted to do, the first time one of those fireworks landed on somebody's roof and counted their house on fire, guess what? The county's liable. Because yes, they are, because they're allowing it to be done. They are assuming the liability.
Excuse me, Chair.
Permits or not, doesn't matter.
Mr. Goldstein, just a moment, pausing your time. We're going to have decorum from the audience. Please allow the speaker the opportunity to speak, uninterrupted. Okay, everyone will have a chance to speak. Go ahead.
We know what these fireworks do. We see them every year. I work with them, like I said, with Zambelli all year long, shooting them off in different locations. Like I say, once they go up in the air, you have no control where they're going to land. I don't care if you put a 75 feet around horizontal, that doesn't control the vertical, and that's the problem with that, allowing people to. I have people that live down the street from me that shoot these things off at night, 11:30 at night, and they scare the hell out of every animal in the block, plus they sound like dynamite going off. And we don't know where they're going to land. We've been picking up pieces in our front yard. We pick up pieces on the street. You have no control over the safety of these things, and that's the main concern. Not the money, like Chief Lewis said, the money's great and everything, it would help the fire department, but it's a safety concern. Safety for the people that live in the area, for homes, for animals. By making this legal is wrong. We have a shooting site. Let them shoot off at the shooting site. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for the record. Push.
Anthony Cox, COX. I've been a resident in this valley for 15 plus years at this point, and as long as I've been here, I've never heard of there being an incident of fireworks causing a major fire. 15 years I've been here. I have not heard of a structure fire, a large field fire, anything of that nature. My 6-year-old daughter likes to light fireworks. She's not allowed out on that site to light fireworks off. I have children that like to do the small little sparklers, little things like that. We can't go out there and do those when we're doing our things we want to do. They want to be there to do that with us, but they have to go sit out of the fence line in the parking lot and watch us. That's not keeping them safe. That's just taking the fun away from my family. I've been lighting fireworks off since I was their age, doing big mortars, doing all kinds of crazy things. I've never once been hurt. Nobody around me's been hurt. If people are going to do things that are unsafe, they're going to do it regardless of the law, regardless of the permits, and regardless of what anyone else has to say. So for all these rules, regulations, the fires, this and that, guess what? People shoot people with guns every day. Are we going to make them illegal? It's the same concept. You have to be safe with whatever you're doing, whether you're operating a motor vehicle, shooting a firework, taking care of your children. You have to do it in a safe manner. End of story. And fireworks are just another thing that people want to make a complaint about. Let them complain. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Am I on? Elizabeth Cox, COX. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I agree. I have never heard of aerial fireworks being the reason for a devastating or expensive fire that had to be addressed by the county or the city. And also, I wanted to address the comment made about animals and their discomfort. There's a noise ordinance. I'm not exactly sure when it ends here, but I know that it's there for a reason so that people can have peace, people or animals. But if you're shooting fireworks during the allowed time, so you're not shooting them after the noise ordinance starts, quite frankly, it doesn't matter what the animals feel about it. People, human beings, should not have to forego their happiness or their hobbies for the sake of an animal's feelings, which we don't take under consideration for other things like construction work, landscapers. I know my dogs really hate it when people next door, use loud machines, but I'm not allowed to call the county and complain if it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon or even 8 o'clock in the evening, because that's just the way it is. So I don't think that animals' welfare should be considered on this matter whatsoever at all, provided that fireworks are being launched before the noise ordinance starts in the evening. And then also, again, just to reiterate, the point of the permit is not just to make money for the county, it's to create responsibility. Somebody that is going to go to either the fire department or the county office or the police department and fill out the necessary paperwork and provide proof that they have a safe place to launch where they know that an aerial firework that's going to go 150 feet in the air, is there a chance that that's going to go 400 feet to the left? No. The only time that would happen would be under high winds, and it would be up to the certifying office to make that determination. So that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Scott Lewis. I just want to let you know that there are numerous instances of both accidental and intentional fires ignited annually by fireworks, and there have been significant fires including structural loss, numerous acres, outbuilding, injuries. All those things are captured in all of our neighbors' reports.
Samuel Jones, Jones. I've been a resident here for nigh on 35 years. We used to have great fireworks displays here. The last couple of years, we haven't had any. And the whole thing is, we used to be able to shoot fireworks here. It's ridiculous that I, as a grandfather and great-grandfather, can't take my great-grandchildren to see the fireworks or to shoot fireworks, like they say, these little sprinklers things, sparklers for the kids. I mean, this is ridiculous, and these town ordinances that have been done by the town of Pahrump, we fired the town board because we didn't like the job they done. We can fire the county commissions if they don't do what we asked to do. I mean, come on, people, wake up. The Constitution's very specific. Yeah, you laugh. Who's ever laughing, go ahead and laugh. But the Constitution's specific. Life, liberty, and happiness. What you might like, I might like, and vice versa. But the whole problem is responsibility. You have to be a responsible person. It's like a firearm. Second Amendment, they say, oh, guns kill people. I can lay a gun on this desk and tell it 5,000 times to go kill somebody. You think it's going to do it? It's common sense. So all I ask is that this board, come on. There's nothing wrong with someone having fireworks in their own home and on their own property. They have to be responsible about it. You can't control everything. We all know that. But wake up. Smell the coffee. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just one brief moment. I would just again advise the audience to please keep the comments in the chatter while people are speaking. Give respect to the speaker. You would like the same respect as well. Come on up.
It's unfortunate we can't hear it here, so I appreciate what you're doing, Commissioner.
Please state and spell your name for the record. Please push the button.
Okay. Hi, Diane Marie Holguin Brooks, DIANE MARIE HOLGUIN Brooks, BROOKS. Animals and this issue. Animals are a priority to most people in this community and other communities across the nation and even the world. Their safety, their concern, their stresses all need to be taken into consideration. And the other concern, I believe, is, as Fire Chief Lewis stated, and Mr. Jabor stated also, is the concern about fire. We live in a very volatile area as far as water is concerned. Therefore, we're concerned about fires being put out. I don't think there's anything wrong with maybe a gathering of people getting together, possibly getting a permit for a party or whatever, keeping within the limitations of safety. That means watering everything down. That means possibly speaking with neighbors. You know, is this going to bug you? Can you please maybe keep your dogs inside? There are things that you can do to mediate this. To start blowing things up, as far as fireworks go, coming out of New York City at one point, no, not acceptable. Thank you. Dangerous.
Thank you.
John Bosta, BOSTA. I think one of the things that comes here to the issue is that if you're concerned about the animals, if you can't shoot off the fireworks because it bothers the animals, and you can't shoot off the fireworks because of fire and etc., then why not close the firework people that sell the fireworks, and then it wouldn't be available in the town, and then you wouldn't have a problem.
Thank you.
Well, I was just waiting for that one to come up. Oh, boy.
I think he was being
Anybody else down there?
sarcastic.
No.
Commissioner?
Anyone else? No? No one? Anyone on the phone?
Anybody on the phone?
No, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Commissioner Jabor, you said you had something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to be difficult for me to say because I can appreciate all of the feedback, absolutely. Something that wasn't mentioned and needs to be mentioned is our veterans. Our veterans have been to war and they've come back They hear these fireworks and they're stressed. That's what I've been told. It's a fact. And that's not fair to them. It's not just about the animals. It's about animals. It's about the people. It's about our veterans. It's about our safety, the risk that could happen. It's not just about fun. And so if we want to have fun, we have to go somewhere where we're not putting others at risk.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner?
I think there's a lot of very interesting points that have been raised. So I guess let's start stripping away. Let me make this easy for all of us listening in. Let's strip away all these other things, because on the 4th of July, you have fireworks going off. I think the base question we're asking is it permissible for you on your private property, knowing that you're an intelligent, safe, and sane individual, to launch, if there's another disturbance from the audience, we will ask to have you removed. Please have decorum and do not disrespect anyone speaking here, whether they're at public comment, the board, or anyone else in the audience. I would appreciate that. Thank you. So again, the question we're asking here is, on your private property, as an intelligent, safe, sane individual that went out and purchased fireworks, you still paid the permit fees, because you can't avoid that. That's in the code. You still paid the permit fees. You now have an option. I can go to the shooter site to fire off fireworks. Now, mind you, it's still 4th of July. Fireworks are still going off. Board of County Commissioners approved fireworks shows. Zambelli's doing their thing down at the town. Nuggets doing their thing. Now you, at home, in the comfort of your home, on your private property, you are not allowed to fire fireworks. That's the $64,000 question you have before you. It's not to fire off fireworks at a random time. I believe it would be still in conformance with the rest of the code, right? Not shooting off just at random times or anything like that. You're still authorized and designated, but the comfort of your private property, and I believe we all believe in private property rights, but this item is to look into what that would look like. At what point did we stop looking into things and we just said no? So I leave that question here before the board, and whenever we're ready for a motion, I have one ready.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak a little bit to answer some of the questions. And this just has to do with fireworks in general. It has nothing to do with the person that brought the item to the board. Number one, Chief Lewis said that he has reports on all the fires that have been lit by fireworks, and I'd like him to please present that to the board at some point soon, because I've not heard of any other than a grass fire last year when somebody set some grass on fire near the road because apparently they were playing with fireworks. But I'd like to take a look at those. There may be reasons other than what we're hearing today for having those particular statistics in our hands. And I only want the ones that relate to fireworks. I don't want every fire in town. And then I'd like to answer a question about the fireworks going up in the air. I went out and watched the display that was done the other night, and it's like the most fantastic fireworks display I've ever been to. And I'm telling you, those things, when they go up in the air like that, they all die out before they ever hit the ground. They die out before they would hit a roof on house on the roof with any of their sparks, because they do shoot so high. The ones that are dangerous are the ones that are on the ground, not the ones that are going up in the air. And the ones that they had the other night were, of course, way, way up there. But 150 feet, I've seen them die out way before they got down. And as far as having them at the park and being too close to people, being too close to animals, being too close to houses or properties, I don't think they're more than 50 feet away from the fence. So when they're being shot off, they're pretty close to the crowd. They're pretty close to the community center. They're right above us. They're, coming down right over top of all the grass and the tents. And there's worries about that because I've heard them make statements at the 4th of July that they needed to be concerned about whether it was going to set the vendors' tents on fire. And so but they go ahead and do the displays anyway. I mean, they're not stopping anybody from enjoying those displays. It's come as you are. We chance it every time we legally allow them to do shots in the park. We take a responsibility, and we can just be found guilty of those coming down and starting a fire or hurting somebody, setting the trees on fire. So you have to make preparations for it. That's what they do. They prep. I think Mrs. Brooks had some very good ideas when she spoke about this, because the item before us today really isn't about, oh, let's approve or disapprove whether you can have fireworks. It's taking a look at the law and seeing if we can make changes, which means we could build in safety factors in that particular case. We could say you can only have them on an acre and a quarter or larger. That way they're not going to be set off in mountain falls where the houses are on top of each other. This is just all about taking another look at the ordinance. It's not about legally saying, yeah, tomorrow we're going to let everybody in town just have a free-for-all. They're having that anyway because they're not buying permits. And I'm going to tell you, 4th of July, and you may not like that I'm taking so much time, but 4th of July, I had to go into Vegas to my son's wedding reception. And I went the back way through Red Rock, and I came down over the mountain, and I'm telling you, all of Las Vegas was lit up with all the illegal fireworks they're buying from Pahrump. They were going off everywhere, and nobody was stopping them. And I can guarantee you, those people had no permits. And you know what? I didn't see one fire going on, and I never heard on the news that anybody set anybody's house on fire. And they were right down in residential areas. And I've seen that going on for years. That wasn't my first time that I've been in Vegas on 4th of July. And they've always been doing this, and they're getting them right from here. And they're doing them, but, so I think we need to just I'd like to see us just take a look at all of this and see if we couldn't do something. And this may even curtail the fact that if we are having fires from illegal fireworks, by putting safety measures out there and making people get permits, then it could actually curtail some of those fires at this point. Other than that, all we could do is tell the firework people, no, you can't sell fireworks anymore because it's a bad thing. And so that's pretty much it.
Commissioner Cox, I don't want to have to cut you off, but the only reason why I'm doing that is we're on this item for a long time, and I'd like to be able to get through it because I have other people waiting that need to be taken care of as well. So you're repeating basically what I said at the very beginning of the meeting, that this is what it's for. This is for possible action, just so you understand. There is some things that need to be done, and if anybody wants to challenge the Constitution, again, your property ends at your property line. So just remember, when you're going over your property line, you're now interfering with somebody else's constitutional rights. So don't always say that, let's let it be. So it's got to make sure we're quoting correctly. So Commissioner Blunder, you said you had a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, Chairman, if I may. I would like to entertain looking at amending the chapter 8.04, have staff work with Mr. Cox to get his thoughts and opinions, get insight from the fireworks industry as well, and have the Board of County Commissioners put the input and eventually look at what this is going to become and have it heard before the board.
Anyway, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All right, I got a motion and I got a second. I had public comment. I've closed public comment. I'm going to go ahead and ask for the question. Commissioner Blondo.
Aye.
Commissioner Cox.
Aye.
Commissioner Jabbour.
To consider amending the Nye County Code, Jabbour is aye.
Okay. Commissioner Strickland.
Aye. Only for consideration and with a lot of input.
Commissioner Carboni says aye, and that's the reason why. The whole idea to bring this on board was to look at it, see if there's anything we can do. And if we can't, then that's one thing. If we can, that's another. So a lot of work needs to be brought into this before it comes back to the Board of County Commissioners. So we'll be working on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm
Thank
going to do one more item because we have people on the phone and we have somebody in the audience. Number 32, and then after this, we're going to lunch.
Item 32, presentation by Tim Bohannon, President of the Nevada Standard Bred Association, Incorporated, regarding a possible project to build an equine performance center in Pahrump, Nevada.
Right.
Yep. No fair saying goodbye to your kids.
Hi, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon.
And Mike Hyde, Hyde.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming, and I appreciate you waiting.
Thank you. And for the team that's on the phone, do the dial-in, *9.
Please keep in mind you have 10 minutes.
We're going to roll.
She's over here gnawing on my arm.
Okay, are you able to put the presentation on screen?
Mr. Bohannon, we have some technical difficulties.
Oh, let's go.
Unfortunately, that won't be there, but we already have that.
Those who need it can refer to it, and it's available in the online. From a disclaimer standpoint, just to note this, this is presentation materials. It's forward-looking, and it may be subject to change based on what happens here today and other times as well. From the summary, we're going to tell you a little bit about the project story, about the Pahrump Valley Equine Performance Center of Excellence, job growth, keys to sustainability, education, some fact sheets. I think that'll be a little bit of focus, and then moving on from there. A little bit about the project story. I'm president of the Nevada Standard Bred Association. We formed a few years ago with the thought of bringing the harness racing to Nevada. Since then, we settled in on Pahrump as being a key area in Nye County for being the first pari-mutuel harness track in Nevada ever. Let that sink in for a second. This is very significant. In our industry is scattered across the states, Alberta, Canada, or Ontario, all throughout Europe, and also Australia as well. With that, our focus is bringing in, real estate is going to be a key. We have several phases that we're looking at. One for racing center, two for casino. Commissioner Strickland would quote it as a racing, and she's correct. Vet center for equine, large animals, and their companions, as well as manure management. And that's, we'll get into the fact sheet later on. The other aspect of this is partners, and that's slide 5 if you're following along. Casino resort, so we're shopping for that to be finalized this year. Family entertainment, food and beverage obviously will be a key element of that project as well. If you look at page 6, talks about our Pahrump Valley Equine Performance Center of Excellence, and I'm going to let Mike handle some of the details on that.
As you note down, there are several numbers, one of which obviously the project is about what they are. Number 1 would be a project involving the racetrack, which is the basis for everything we do. Once this is set up, the confinement or the size of this, and people have no idea, but this is 7/8 of a mile long. Between the interior lines is 471 feet, so it is not something small left to right. You will see then on the left are barns. Those are ones that are going to be holding 40 horses each. And then up our left-hand corner, or in the middle, but it's the vet center. And then down just next to the barns in the center That would be right off of Linda, and that is going to be the manure facility. The complete left, and then the bottom where it says number 4, those are the campgrounds for people who come through, visit, as well as those people who are involved, excuse me, as snowbirds.
Thanks, Mike. And taking a quick step back, for those of you that do not know location-wise, we're looking over by the Pechstein Ranch. Moving on to slide 7, job and business growth. What we see from this, from a job and business growth perspective, is we're looking at roughly 200 FTEs to get started. That would be when the racing is approved and we're ready to roll. Not to mention construction jobs and a lot of people to get to that point. So there's a lot of opportunity for us for short-term and also long-term positions as we get growing and moving forward. But it's not just about us. It's also about Pahrump and also about the county. You know, there's opportunity for educator awareness and input for 4-H, FFA, and other aspects, UNR extension, UNR up north. You know, if we're looking at hospitality, those jobs as well. Real estate developers, there's opportunity there. Housing, you have 200 people coming into town to stay here permanently. We're going to need some help there. Hotels, RV campsites, we expect the attendance to be fairly robust. I think the festival had about 20, or the music festival had roughly about 28,000 people at the event for that time. That's a reasonable expectation, and I know Commissioner Carboni and I talked about this some time ago, is, you know, 28,000, 30,000 people during a week period of time is not necessarily unexpected. What are we going to do as a community about that from a hotel standpoint, camps, RV camps standpoint, and making sure that we have that all while we need to make sure that we take good care of our resources as well. So that's part of our key to sustainability. I'm leading off on the key sustainability on slide number 8 about capital. It's about running. We're in the process of raising that now for each of the projects. Community, hey, it's about us. You know, I live here. You know, my background, I moved out here over a year ago. I've gotten involved. I'm trying to be a good citizen in Pahrump and being involved in what we do and how we do it. And hopefully I'm a positive impact on the county and those around me. From a patron standpoint, we're expecting a lot of patrons involved with this, people from out of town. I think our folks like the, hey, come in, spend your money, and go home, and that's fine. We're gonna get some of that. We're gonna get people that stay. Horses, we're looking at roughly 280 horses that we will need, and horsemen, we mentioned about 200 count. That's what we have from an education standpoint. Michael, hit the education real quick.
One additional thing too, when we talk about the number of horses and the time we're going to be doing this, obviously the horse is number one. We're talking about a cycle running approximately from Nevada Day to the end of May. Education, a very large part of need is that horse, that person who's brought forth. And I think a lot of people have no realization on the education. We're tending to a horse that starts maybe possibly at about $60,000, can upwards, and latest sales have shown almost $800,000 for just one horse. When we're talking about education, we're involving UNR, the involvement of breeding, the involving of other parts of the county in this education program. For instance, 4-H, FFA we want to try to bring in since we are a country type attitude. And I think we're also looking at CSN. CSN has a program which is they call Vet Tech, which is actually vet nurse. The UNLV people will also be involved because obviously with UNR they offer courses in hospitality.
Thanks, Mike. And the mix of education will be around performance, business, equine business, you know, entrepreneurship. You know, a large part of those 200 people, FTE-wise, will be sole proprietorships or single-member LLCs or something of that nature. So the planning department will be a little bit busy doing licenses. From a fact sheet standpoint, what about smell, flies? What about training the horses? Is going to be a lot of dust. Let's worry about the dust. What are we doing? Light and noise factors. Making sure that we take a timing wise from Parks and Recreation approach. Nothing past 10, if you will, from a light standpoint. Does harness racing hurt the horse? I'll talk briefly about that. The answer is for harness racing, there's very few incidents of issues. There's a lot of injuries like an athlete. So think of it as if you're out there training, you're going to get a pulled muscle here, you're going to get a pulled muscle there. For me, it was hamstring muscles when I was running the first base playing baseball. So you're going to get that kind of injury type thing, and the vets would be capable of handling that type of sports injury type thing. What about cheating in harness racing? Well, I'm a very strong proponent of HISA and very strong proponent of making sure that we have safety in harness racing and horse racing in general. And we will have measures to do that. Mike's going to talk to us a little bit about the flies and the dust.
Very quickly, I have a brochure. I want people to realize that somewhere in here you're going to see that there is a chart of what a fly life is. I'd like to be able to talk to people. We can hand these things out. The other thing is the fact dust is always here. Coming in today, it's hard to see the mountains, hard to even be able to see the downtown from up on 160. So when you look at these things, the smell, containment for the manure, all of this is going to be indoors. Everything is going to be brought to this in a covered wagon or the ground. The water's taken care of. We're going to clean every bit of water out that we need and reuse it in order to take care of watering the track, etc. So giving you an idea, I do have a sheet. We'll be able to give those to you guys and go from there.
We have a slide that goes in the flies. If we need to cover that, we will. If we have anyone from MVSA on the line, if you could introduce yourself briefly in a 2-second commercial. Thank you. Do we have any?
I like that. That was a fantastic ending.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Being taken care of. Hang tight.
So there is a caller that's already unmuted, and I have a second hand raised. The second caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Jeff Zidek, Jeff, Z as in zebra, IDEK. Thank you for allowing this presentation today. I've been involved in racing for 35 years, and honestly, a place like Pahrump, it would be a fantastic retirement type opportunity for me, and to kind of use my skills that I've gained in this business over the last 35 years. I've been speaking with Tim as a consultant on projects and as a member of the WSA Board of Directors. There's a major opportunity here. The western part of the country has very few tracks, and looking forward to the opportunity to see if we can get something going out there, because there is a definite need for it within the industry.
So, thank you. Back to you, Tim.
You said there was another hand raised.
Sam's tight.
Two of the other individuals that are also in the project.
Are they ready? Hang tight.
Oh, you got one?
Go ahead.
Dustin?
The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Caller, you're probably on mute.
All right.
I'll do a 2-second commercial.
Let's
now.
go ahead and finish this thing up.
So we have two other individuals. One's actually in Capo right now. General manager up at Century Downs, Century Casinos up in Alberta, and then also the race secretary over at Sunland in New Mexico. Yes, that's quarters. And we do have a quarter presence in Pahrump already, so that's also a strength of utilizing resources that are here locally as well as combining it with pari-mutuel for not only local, but also national and international simulcast. So not only getting the word out about the track, but getting word out about Pahrump in Nye County. Final questions?
Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment, and we'll get you some of the questions. Anybody for public comment?
Chair, it's presentation only.
You're right, but yeah, I don't have to go to public comment, but I want to get some comments about racetrack.
Understood.
If there's anybody. Anybody? Anybody on the phone for public comment?
No, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Commissioners?
Mr. Bohannon, you've been working a lot at getting this done, and we appreciate you coming forward with your changes and your new location, and we're excited. I'm sure you'll find support within our commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Jabor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And they're off. Thank you, Mr. Bohannon and Mr. Hyde, for your quite impressive project and endeavor presentation here. This is very exciting. As I've said before, my background for most of my career is hospitality and gaming. Horse racing is entirely different animal. Totally different animal. Of course, we have kiosks, we have sports books where people can watch on screen, but this is so very exciting, this project to bring to Pahrump, and I know that you've all been working very diligently to get this together and bring it before us. I do kind of feel like we're on Shark Tank, though, but I'm in favor, so I appreciate what you've brought here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Blundell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, briefly, I echo the comments and sentiments of my colleagues. It was well thought out, presentation. Mr. Bohannon, you do appear like you've done this once or twice before.
Yes.
Yeah. So again, Mr. Bohannon and Mr. Hyde, thank you for your time and the sharing of the information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. You said this is going to be on the Pechstein Ranch or part of it, or do you have cross streets for that?
So we're talking about Irene, Lola, Linda, David. That's where we're talking about. As you go past, you'll go past the dairy farm,
Okay.
and then it'll be on the right-hand side. It'll be on north.
Okay. And you are aware that we have a racetrack here already called the White Glove Ranch, and they do racing, horse racing, and they breed and raise horses. And things. Is that going to be?
They have non-pari-mutuel races. They're not allowed to do pari-mutuel. And Guadalupe and that team up there, we're communicating regularly.
Okay.
I believe that they send some of the horses over to Sunland from time to time, so I know they race there. They race in other parts of California, in Arizona as well. So I know they're very active, and we get out there at least roughly once a month.
Okay. So you don't think there's going to be any interference between the two?
No, it's very cooperative because in the design, we have the harness track, but we also have designed a quarter track in there as well, and we intend to be racing both breeds.
Okay. And you are going to have room for parking?
Yes. You want to do?
You expecting that many people? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have sufficient room for parking. Grandstands will be roughly 1,500, but expandable, but roughly 1,500 to start. We don't want to overbuild. We want to build wisely, and then expand as we can and as we need, making sure that we set aside. This is the finance part of me. Setting aside maintenance and money for capital later on so we can expand as we need to.
Okay, and I just have one last question because I'm kind of curious about how hot it gets here. How do you plan to work around that?
So the racing season, we intend to be between October and roughly Memorial Day. It's actually, right now, it's perfect. 57 at night, 82, 84 in the daytime. Very comfortable, very doable from horseman's perspective. Back east, they do a lot in August during the heat and the humidity. 90 degrees plus 50, 60, 70% humidity. Been there, lived it. We both originally started out in Ohio. So we know the humidity, we know racing during the summertime and the heat. Here we won't be racing during the summer. We'll reserve that for the fall, winter, early spring season. We can probably go as late as June, but the reality is Memorial Day is a good day to do the cutoff.
Okay, well, that pretty much answers my questions, and I hope the audience was able to get theirs. I suppose they have some questions too, so hope they got their answers from what I asked, and so I'm on board.
Just a little factoid. Nevada Day falls in October, the last Friday of October. We would like to target being open either 23 or 24, most likely 24, on that day, and utilize that for a festival type mentality or fairgrounds type thought of having a meet that would bring people in, attract, and be able to be a good kickstart for what we're doing here, but also, more importantly, a kickstart for Nye County in its support of racing as well.
Great. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So you guys have passed your 10 minutes, but we'll penalize you some other day. Just some final thoughts. Obviously, everybody's got the same thing on their mind. Obviously, you're going to have all kinds of fireworks displays, so you'll be happy. Everybody be happy to know that.
I see a special permit in their future.
And I see.
I do too.
We talk about water. We want to make sure we understand our water issues. Someday we'll have to go through the manure process so I can understand how you're going to use that manure again and get the water out of it, because that was one of your good things. There was a process that I was hoping could be used for other things as well, so we could use that with other programs that we have that are coming in through the county. So with that, I've had public comment, even though it's not done during this type of a presentation, but I wanted to make sure everybody got their put. So with that, commissioners,
We all got our say. Is it lunchtime yet?
thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
gentlemen,
Thank you very
for
much,
having
Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you for the people on the phone as well. Thank you for all your stuff. We're going to break for lunch, and we're going to be back here at 2:45. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. 2:45.
You mean dinner?
Please enter your conference room number followed by the pound or hash sign. Conference room number accepted. If you are the organizer, press the star key now. Otherwise, please hold. Please enter your PIN. For a menu of available commands, press star 1. There are 3 participants in the conference. All participants are muted and may not unmute themselves. Hand raising is on.
Okay. We all should be fat and happy and ready to start our meeting again. All right. So we're going to start off on item 24 so I can get somebody out of here.
Item 24, presentation by the Nye County Treasurer Mark Kampf on department updates and progress since appointment to office.
Again, thank you for coming up. Appreciate it. It's good to hear that you got something for us.
Yes. Yeah, Mark Kampf, KAMPF. I hope to have a more formal presentation next time we meet. So I just want to go through progress. I want to focus on more of the systematic things that need to be addressed rather than isolated issues. Just as a reminder, we are now down 4 positions versus the 7 authorized. The Chief Deputy Treasurer, 2 Deputy 1 positions, and Deputy Treasurer for Trust Properties. The Deputy Treasurer 1 and Deputy Treasurer Trust Property positions were posted last Monday and Tuesday, and we will begin interviews as soon as the 10-day period is passed. That'll be next Monday and Tuesday. So I look to try and fill those positions as quickly as possible. And I'm eager to see the resolution of any investigations that are done on the other 2 individuals. Thanks to Savannah, I've got some training in the use of Eden, and that's in progress. I'm able to pull most of the reports needed to complete the bank reconciliation and the treasurer's report of fund activities. I'm completing the bank reconciliation process for January, February, March, and April simultaneously. There's no reason to go back and try and do them at once. It's much more efficient for me to do all of them together at the same time. And I'm changing the format of the bank reconciliation to improve readability and to have a more logical flow of the process. The goal is to ultimately reflect the actual cash flows, inflows, and outflows of the county so that you can clearly see a statement of cash flows rather than just a bank reconciliation. I think it's important to have that kind of detail so we eliminate things that are non-cash items from the analysis and only focus on the real dollars coming in and the real dollars going out the door. This will serve as a basis for any future forecasts that get implemented by the Treasurer's Office, which I highly recommend. In the process, though, I identified that there's certain things I do feel it's important that I bring to your attention prior to completing that process, and that is the unrealized loss on our investment portfolio. I determined that this is an amount, in working with Savannah, that needs to actually be recorded in the books and allocated to various funds based on a formula that she's going to provide to me. I also determined that the entry to record those unrealized gains and actually losses has not been provided to Savannah for the 3 months prior to my taking office. And so I will be proposing an adjusting entry to record those unrealized gains and losses as recorded by, as is required in the month of April, so we get caught up on that. The bottom line of that is when you look at our investment portfolio, and I just got some analysis from the bank, and I actually just got my access to it last Tuesday, I believe it was, to get my final access so I could review the accounts. Keep in mind, I've only been in there for 15 days. But anyhow, I got this information from the bankers because it didn't provide me with when these investments were purchased. So I plan on providing you an analysis of when we bought the investments and when the maturity dates are. But if you look at roughly the analysis I've got, the average maturity on our investments is 2026. All this is leading up to the fact that we right now, our yields on average are less than the interest rates available in the market. So we're looking to see unrealized losses for quite a bit of time to come. And as interest rates go up, they will only get worse. Now, these will not become actual losses because we have to actually hold these investments to maturity because they're CDs. So as they mature, that difference between the market value and the par value of those investments will eventually come together, and we will then redeem those for the value of those CDs. But just to recap, in January we had a loss of $3,279,088. In February, an additional loss of $965,311. In March, a loss of $1,469,445. And in April, a loss of $2,271,159 for an accumulated loss to date of $7,985,003 on our investment portfolio as of April 30th.
Well, I'll ask you the question later.
Okay. Just looking at our portfolio, we have locked in some rates all the way to 2031, and as I said, the average maturity it was 2026. So we've got some things that are maturing now. Right now, we have about $9 million sitting in just money markets, and I'm a little bit reluctant to invest those funds right now because I don't think it's prudent with a rising interest rate market to invest them and lock us in, because the only way you can get any kind of favorable rates would be to lock in for a longer period of time. But even that, with interest rates rising, unless we have a major change by the Fed, there's going to be maybe a better opportunity to let those sit, learn a little bit of interest on them right now, and possibly lock in at higher rates later. So I know that's not great news, but I think it was important for you to know that. But as interest rates rise, I fully expect this to continue until the maturity of these investments. The properties that were approved for purchase by the Nye County in the last meeting are under review. Unfortunately, per the NRS, we have to provide another 90-day notice period to the owners of those properties, so we can't actually consummate the transfer to the county until 90 days. In the future, I asked Lorena and Samantha to set a calendar notification for December of next year, so that when we identify those properties you may want to buy, the notice that we send out in after that 90-day notice will satisfy for both for the Treasurer's Trust auction and the purchase by the county.
Very good idea.
So
thank you for that.
That way we don't have to go through this extra notice and give these people another chance to pay their past due bills. However, I'm personally reviewing all those properties because I'm finding some anomalies that would just put us in even further trouble than we are on some of the trust properties we've sold. Just an anecdotal note, the first one I looked at, the person had paid their bill and there was 10 cents due on the property. By the time the fees were added for the trust sale, it was $1,285 on a 10 cents tax due. The reason I'm bringing this up is that I believe, as I will talk about later, I believe there's some process issues that we can resolve that will prevent this from happening in the future. I pulled items under $5 for the first notice of delinquency from the list to be published in the paper because I didn't feel comfortable that we would send those out, particularly considering the issues that I'm finding in the calculations of interest and when checks are being posted to their account, because when people line up in August, the folks there do the best they possibly can to get those checks processed. However, with a date stamp of when they were received would help, and that should be the posting date, not the date the check is actually put into the account. What they're doing now is they're posting the checks into the account, and if they have time, reversing out the interest based on the check date or the receive date. So it's a double process that they're going through, and human beings, they're doing the best job they can, but people forget and things get missed. And in the case of this, just to let you know, there were 1,372 letters sent out that were under that $5 amount required by the NRS. The average tax due on those was $1.68. The interest on those was 82 cents. The costs that may have been charged, like, research fees or whatever, 35 cents. The total of the charges on those was $3.37 was the average. So you can see a lot of effort was put into identifying, mailing, and stuffing those. And the problem is these people didn't even know they owed the money because there's not an effective way of communicating that to them because it cannot be included in their tax bill. So what I plan on doing is once I get a handle on the core process issue that's associated with this happening, I will recommend changes for the next treasurer who takes over and work on a method for communicating true delinquency interest versus process issues that created that interest.
Which could be wrong addresses.
That takes me to some of the other issues I've identified, and that's why I'm actually personally going through many of those properties. All of them, I've done the ones with homes and personal property first, but I'm not convinced that all those were identified because we've got people beating down the doors over some sales of properties where they made attempts to pay, and because we did not use the right due diligence in identifying a good address versus following a legal process that gets you an answer but isn't the right answer. And with a little bit of just basic sorting and due diligence, we would have seen these errors and could have researched those before we caused undue grief and a risk for the county because people threaten lawsuits all the time, but these people may be ready to take action.
So what's the document that they're using that you consider as legal? Is it an NRS that says you need to follow these particular reasons?
Well, there's an NRS that says that there's a certain documents that you can use, but they also have, I have seen evidence where they use all available addresses, and there are some situations where we corrected it on 2 properties but not on a third property, and the third property was the one that had their home.
It doesn't say you must follow just this process.
Right, okay. Right. I think a rational look at the whole process is needed. I'm going to try and keep the process is going in the office the best I can while trying to look at the bigger picture, because I think it's the bigger picture that I really want to be able to influence here, not necessarily deal with these individual items that they do need to be dealt with, and I am going to work on those as a priority.
It sounds like policy changes. Our documentation we use to do things needs to be corrected.
There's no doubt in my mind about that. And again, as I said, process errors that need to be addressed. Timely posting of tax payments to account that are causing small amounts of interest due that are putting people into delinquency that shouldn't be. We need a more effective method of communicating that interest and penalties on actual late payments so that people are aware of them and then they can deal with them. And then that way they're not surprised when their properties are put up for trust sale. Again, the process of identifying correct addresses for the 90-day notice needs to be examined, and there are situations where they weren't updated property, and we are dealing with those serious issues. And we have several situations that actually I will be working with the district attorney's office to try to resolve because of the changing addresses on a property that should not have been changed on a mailing address. I'm also working with the banks to develop standard queries to facilitate the bank reconciliation process so that all we've got to do is look it up, press the button, we get the answer, plug it into the report. And the same thing that we'll do with Eden, establish standard queries that can be followed by anyone, and to simplify the process so that we're distinguishing between true reconciling items and accounting errors that are not really part of a reconciliation. They're just issues that need to be resolved. So I do want to focus on, again, improving that process, making the bank reconciliation and the treasurer's report more useful to you as county commissioners. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them at this time.
Commissioner Jewar.
Oh, I'm right.
Can't forget.
Picked on me first. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer Kempf. I really appreciate what you're doing, and I agree with you that if we find the core of the problems through the process, the issues will be resolved and they won't be reoccurring.
Right.
Right. If we go to the core.
Right.
But I want to thank you and your staff for pulling together as a team, your entire staff, and also reaching out to Savannah and others to help assist you with what you're doing. I mean, it's been, what, 2 weeks? 2 weeks and you're getting the county back on track. You're getting your staff, the treasurers, back on track. And I certainly appreciate that very much. And just so you know, we didn't trick you by asking you to do this, you and the other two candidates for the position, right? There was no trickery here. It was going to be an arduous task, and you're pulling it off. So thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to do it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Strickland.
We, of course, appreciate your position with being short-staffed, and geez, hang in there, Treasurer's Department. Help is coming. Then you'll have to train. I know it just doesn't get easy, does it? But we're going to get there. My question to you is, on the 26th of May, we're going to do our final budget hearing. And at that budget hearing, we're in need of some figures from your office in order for us to set up the budget for the upcoming. Savannah, what is that looking like between you guys?
It's actually an issue with the state, Commissioner. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So anything that I need from the treasurer, I will definitely reach out. But at this point, it's just figures from the state. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was my concern because I heard that incorrectly last time.
Okay.
Thank you.
And by the way, we are getting our major tax payments made to the state and our filings done on time. And we did our major quarterly filing actually a few days early as opposed to the past when they were done consistently late.
That's good to hear. You done? Commissioner Blondo.
Thank you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear. It's Janie has had the mics muted. Excuse us. So, Treasurer, doing a great job. You got in there 15 days, and we're starting to move forward. When is the report expected to come before the board? Because you have the 3 you said you're working on.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to do April at the same time, so I'm going to try my best for the next meeting. But I definitely won't have it done by the time I need to provide the documentation, but I will get it on the agenda item. And I am prioritizing those issues that will protect the county from any undue adverse action by people who feel that their properties have been taken away from them without a proper due diligence. So my primary concern is to protect the county and to do the right thing in those regards. So I'm going to try my darndest to have it by the next meeting. If not, it'll be the next one. But again, I'm trying my best.
So I'll go ahead, Commissioner.
Chairman, please.
Go ahead, Commissioner. I'll yield to you.
Again, I appreciate the repeated statements that we're trying to we're trying to negate any adverse actions. I know the reports are very critical, and that's the reason I stress those. I don't recall off the top of my head the meeting with the state in terms of finance. I just get really concerned. We're trying to avoid any kind of fiscal watch type situations or scenarios, and I think there's a lot of credit that goes to the fact that you're putting together and I'll say it this way, a standard operating procedure to be able to pass that book, those reins, the process to the next treasurer, whoever that person will be. I think that's a very big part of the success that you're trying to frame. I'm not trying to put you on the spot with the reports. What I am trying to do is ascertain that, hey, yes, they are in progress, they're in the works, it's a priority, because I have to presume that the state is paying attention to that, and we're taking every step possible to avoid a negative fiscal type situation. So,
actually, I have been in communication with the state and advised them of the situation. We are communicating so that there's no, we're not hiding from anything here whatsoever. It's all an open book, and they have offered to help in any way they can. They've expressed their understanding for being in this situation, and they said that they understand that it's being worked. So I don't think we're in that situation. I think getting our taxes forwarded to the state on a timely basis was a real positive, and the reports will come as they come. But yes, I do see it as a priority. Again, for example, I just got access to one of the accounts that I need to be able to complete the reports today after trying for 2 weeks to get a response. And so the state managed funds, I do have access to that to be able to complete the analysis and to get Savannah the information she needs to get the books up to date.
Thank you. Steps forward.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know that the staff is probably going to try to figure out how to help you with getting a report available to us on the 17th, I believe. If not, we might consider a special meeting. So we need to make sure, well, I'm hoping that we can get something for the month of May. So we can work together for that.
We'll definitely work with the deadline for the 17th if that's a possibility for you, but we also have a special meeting scheduled on May 26th.
Correct.
For our budget hearing, so that's a possibility as well.
Well, that should be doable, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure we get something for the month of May.
Yes.
This way it shows that we're actually going with progress. I think Commissioner Blendo has the same concern that we want to show that we're moving forward.
Exactly.
Anybody any questions? Commissioner Cox, you have anything you want to say? Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Cox has not returned from lunch.
Okay. I don't know. That's why you said it. I just make sure. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Great input. I hope we get to hear more.
All right.
Thank you, Mark. Nancy, Tracy, Cammie.
Yeah.
I agree that actually the whole county, the team there has stepped up in an incredible way, and they have, done the first things first is what we're looking at is we deal with the customers as they come in the door, but they've been focusing on the things that need to be done as far as reporting and filings, and there may be a small thing here or there that slips through the cracks, but nothing of a major proportion has fallen through the cracks. And I can't say enough about the entire team in the county for their professionalism and how they've helped me through this process.
Yeah. The only thing he did is he left out us, so it's okay.
Well, I have a few things I could ask you to lean on, so we'll talk about that later.
And I'd like to thank the HR department, too. It's helping to get the new people on board and trying to take care of some of the other issues we got. So, I mean, it's a collective deal where everybody has to get involved to make things happen.
It sure has been great.
Okay, appreciate it.
I'm enjoying the process because everybody's making me feel welcome and offering help from the recorder's office to the HR to finance and within the team. It's just been a really great experience.
That's because they're trying to find out if you can find some cash somewhere. So don't think it's because they like it.
I haven't got to that yet, but I'm working on it.
Thank you. Item 23.
Item 23 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to approve the open position court reporter as a public employee retirement system critical needs position per NRS 286.523, which allows district court to reemploy a retiree for a limited time while district court is searching for a replacement.
Commissioners. Commissioner Jabor, you have something you want to say about this?
I do, but did you give me
Sure, okay, then we'll just go to the colorful people down there. For some reason, we've got a real colorful screen
We have
here.
a colorful screen going on. It's no, it's not froze. Good. I like it. It's pretty.
So, it's kind of funny, but,
Look at.
wow. So we're making fun of you guys down there, so don't worry about that. I see you sitting, getting ready to talk, so go right ahead. You want to talk about this particular item. You're going to ask us, tell us why we need this really bad.
Okay, Louise Mulvey, M-U-L-V-E-Y. I'm Judge Lane's judicial secretary. In district court, the transcript is the official record, and we are having a heck of a time, pardon the language, of getting a court reporter since our court reporter retired. I know Justice Court has advertised for this position for at least a couple years, and they've never been able to fill it. I have made calls to agencies, I've made calls to individuals. I don't get return calls, I don't get return emails. I was told by 2 different court reporter agencies in Las Vegas that nobody wants to come out to Pahrump. They make more staying where they're at. So I do have one lady who is doing our criminal law in motion transcripts right now, but she does not want to do them. She is hoping that somebody can take over by June 1st, and I don't have anybody to take over except for Cecilia, who retired. She is willing to come back and work part-time, but it has to be okayed through PERS. And in order to do that through PERS, we have to consider this as a critical labor shortage. I had to continue one jury trial so far that was scheduled to go in the next couple weeks because I just can't find anybody.
Chair?
Commissioner, go ahead.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the open position court reporter as a PERS critical needs position per NRS 286.523.
Okay, so do I have a second?
Second for discussion only.
Okay, great. So with that, thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Jabor, you had questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Louise, for your explanation so far. I believe it's been 2 months since Cecilia's or the position's retirement.
Yes, she retired on March 1st. I'm sorry.
It's okay, March 1st, thank you. So it's not a long time that the advertisement has been out there, and I understand where you've been reaching out and the feedback that you've been getting. In doing some of my research, ma'am, is the U.S. Bankruptcy Court, District of Nevada, uses a digital audio recording system for court hearings. And this has replaced the court reporter's position. And so my question to you is this a possibility? Has this been researched? Would this work? Do you think this would work in your courtroom number 2 as well as courtroom number 1?
I'm not sure. I did speak with the JEA in Clark County, and she told me that they were considering going to that, where you would hire reporters instead of a court reporter. And you would record everything, and then they would transcribe it. She said yes. It requires quite a bit of time to do that, but it is something that can be looked into. I just haven't had the time to do that.
Thank you. Well, that's maybe where I came in, not knowing and to step over what your research has been, ma'am. But what I do know is that if this is a consideration, which I appreciate hearing that, with that being said, there's also an individual that needs to help manually man this system. So they would be the ones, they're not actually the court reporter, but they would be the ones to turn it on, rewind, etc. So there is still an individual that would need to be in place, but it's not as a critical needs type person. And again, I would hate to set precedents by approving this critical needs position where it's only been 2 months and we haven't really done a lot of research. So I appreciate your feedback, and that's what I wanted to share with you and publicly. Thank you.
I like this new idea that's coming forward. Ilana, can you give us some insight about what's going on out there in finding and filling these positions? So I just heard that we have another position, like in kind recorder, that has not been filled, is what I think that was just stated. Where are we at with these recorder positions?
Well, we've posted them everywhere that, we normally do, the website, of course, and the Indeed and LinkedIn. Especially something like the court reporter is really difficult because it's so specialized. Then they have to have a certificate and stuff. So that's why I reached out to Louise as well and going, okay, so in the court world, is there anywhere else that we could post it and stuff? And they couldn't come up with anything either. So I'm not sure outside of that. I mean, I guess we could try doing the Las Vegas Review Journal and see if somebody from Vegas is willing to come out.
I just know that we're a really small county.
We are.
And my perspective is anything we can do that means less manpower,
right,
or someone that can work from home. If you had the ability to record like he's talking about and offer a position where someone can work from home to do that work, would be amazing.
Right.
Amazing.
Yeah.
A transcriber. And it's done with doctors' offices, etc. So maybe they do have to get a certificate, be certified in order to be able to do that. I like that direction. But in the interim time, I hear what Commissioner Jabor is saying, and I would like for him to consider going for this part-time position now, and us getting real diligent about finding an innovative way, like what commissioners brought forward, that we can do this better.
It sounds great. Yes, I agree. And even the critical needs position through PERS is a limited time. It is not up for that Cecilia would come back permanently.
Oh, no, of course
not. There's a limited time on it.
Does it cost the county more than it would if she were not a retired person coming on?
By it being a critical needs position, it allows her to continue to get her PERS, and then to also continue to pay more PERS towards her retirement.
So she does gain more PERS.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ilona, for that. Just to clarify, I believe the position, if approved, the limited time is 2 years.
It is.
Whoa.
That's a long time. That's not temporary. That's a long time. For us to have to.
You don't have to make it that long.
No. Oh, no, definitely
I do like that.
That's their maximum length of time.
That's a maximum length.
I like that also, that you're stating that, we need to light a fire under this by giving it a more restrictive time, perhaps?
Yes.
Is it worth considering? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. The thing that I'd like to bring up is a couple of things. One, have we gone outside nationwide?
We have not.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, we've talked about this process about electronic account years ago. Matter of fact, almost 6.5, 7 years ago, and it was not brand new, but it was new, and there was a little complications about it. And I know some of the folks didn't want to get involved in it. So, but there is a process that can be used. The key is that doing it from home is new. And I don't know if there's some legal issues when you're dealing with a legal transcript like that you could do it from home because it could possibly be modified.
But be probably home as a home office,
Yeah,
if you will.
it'd have to be something like that, yes. Something controlled.
Yes, for sure.
I think that we should move forward, in my mind, in giving them, but I would still like to have it limited, not for 2 years. I would like to have it limited for at least maybe 6 months, and then you guys can bring it back and revisit it again. But I'm hoping within 6 months we can get something out nationwide and find out what's out there, because there might be somebody we can bring in from someplace else.
Okay.
If we're only looking in Pahrump, that's a very small venue, especially if it's just a county. That's my comments. Any other comments from commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chair. If you're going to limit to the 6 months, then the motion would have to be amended.
Commissioner Jabbour, it's very evident that you're not only very passionate about this item, but you seem to want to bully your way around it. If you don't mind, I would like to make a few comments on this.
Excuse me, Commissioner, would you mind repeating that, please?
It seems that you want to be bullying around in this particular subject matter. There are other of us that would like to comment as well.
Well, you're welcome to ask for the chair's attention to speak, Commissioner. I'm not bullying anything.
Okay, come on. All right, let's not have challenges if we're supposed to be here together. I was getting back to you, Commissioner, so go right ahead.
Help if you were here.
No, go right ahead, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I heard that.
And I meant for you too, sir. It would help if you were here. It's hard to do it like this, as you can imagine. Excuse me.
Come on, guys. Come on, let's keep decorum. Commissioner Blendo, go ahead.
My motion stands. I want to help them. It's clear that they have a challenge, and there's no qualified individuals that are applying for it. Whatever stigma that folks are making more money from Vegas, I agree that there may be an opportunity for people to work from home or do this new type venture that is being proposed. I agree that that might be an option, but the process to go from where we're at to that is going to take time. And I think that's the real big challenge here. I don't see an increased cost because if you remember when Ms. Thomas, before she retired, she was making X, whatever her pay is. So we made that contribution. Sure, if we had somebody new come in, it would come in at a lower rate. However, I don't see an increased cost as we don't pay PERS. We pay the state, and then the state makes that payment to that individual. So I don't see an increased cost to us. We have a need. And here's the thing to take away. Here's the big takeaway. A lot of great ideas that are coming forward. However, you're not looking at what's the backlog if we don't move forward here at this point. So I wanted to just be supportive and say, hey, look, there's a need. And I trust that we're having great ideas, like looking nationwide for this type of individual. Let's not have the backlog be the linchpin in this situation. Thank you.
Commissioner, one correction. We do have to pay PERS. It's not the idea that the state's paying. The state's going to pay her PERS that she's getting, and then we have to add to that. So it is an additional cost of how you look at it. So if your motion stands, I don't know if we have a second.
My second is going to be removed, looking for another motion, hopefully, but also we have an open public too.
Okay, so, well, we have a motion, a second. It stands right now for communication, so comments. So I'm going to look for open public comment. Any public comment?
There's none down here, Chair.
Thank you.
Arnold Knightley, Public Information Officer, KNIGHTLI. So on the outreach part, you know, we do, every time this comes around, post on Facebook, but we're also sending it out to my large email group statewide. So we're trying to push it out there. Last time it went out was March 14th. And then Beatty is kind enough to like resend out the stuff that I send out. So, you know, we're trying within the state to get these and all of the jobs that we post out to just beyond, you know, the 89048 of Pahrump or wherever. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other comment on the phone?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to close public comment, but I'd like you to come back up again. So explain this process. Is it a contract that she's going to sign, that we sign between each other? Or is it just a normal employment contract?
It would be a new employment.
Okay. So we can cancel this at any time. That's the reason why I'm asking.
We can put it, if you want a length of time on it, we can do it in the offer letter, put it the length of time.
So my concern is that we put this person in for 2 years, and then 4 or 5 months later, somebody shows up, they hire them, now I've got 2 people.
Right. It would be stipulated that this is a temporary, and I didn't even realize that she only wanted to work part-time, which is probably a good thing.
That's a big difference, right?
Yeah, it is. And we can put that in there that it's until it, if we want to go the full 2 years, we would say 2 years or until it's filled.
And that would be more appropriate.
I agree.
So,
Chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
I believe that would have been encompassed within the motion I had made.
I don't believe it was. So if you can make your motion with that, I think you might get some other people to join.
Mr. Chair, before the motion comes, I just wanted to, I received an IM from Elisa Schultz, who's a court administrator in Justice Court, and she wanted to put on the record that that the Justice Court is also having difficulty finding a court reporter, and that they've made multiple mass mailings throughout the state with no response.
Throughout the state, right.
Yeah.
When you brought this forward, you said that under critical labor shortage is the how we are able to bring someone back from retirement, correct?
Correct.
Within that, are there certain guidelines as to what, you said the 2 year was one guideline. Is that also a representation that if we come out of a critical labor shortage because we find another person that qualifies, that would then eliminate that, so the position would then eliminate by default, correct?
Correct.
Because see, my problem is I'm afraid we're going to be lethargic. We solve a problem. I mean, I don't know what Miss Cecilia's position is. I mean, if we only offer a 6 months position, will she take it? You know what I'm saying? 6 month part-time, will she take it? We don't know. And so I don't want to make her mad when she's offering us a service that we need, but I also don't want to take the fire off the burner for us to find another method that's going to be better than what we currently have. So that's my dilemma. I'm all hung up on that. I mean, I can see the 6 month, but the 2 year is just, we're just going to ignore it. And then we'll have another problem. We already do. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So we just heard a message that came in from County Manager through Ms. Schultz.
Elisa Schultz.
So, Ms. Mulvey, would you be able to tell us if this position would be able to be shared through District Court as well as Justice Court, as they are short with this position as well? Is that a possibility?
The employee position would just be for District Court, although in the past they have borrowed the court reporter because they were at a critical part where they needed somebody. There are 2 positions for court reporters. One's in Justice Court and one's in District Court. However, if the court reporter worked on a contract basis, which that's what we call it, there's no written contract, but they come in and cover law in motion for 1 week and then transcribe the hearing. Then that court reporter can go to any court and do whatever she wants. And I think that's what Cecilia had in mind, was helping everybody out. So I don't think I answered your question, sorry.
Well, no, I believe you did answer my question by saying the answer is yes. So so her primary function, if this is approved, would be for District Court, and then after she fulfilled her duties through District Court, if she was available, she would potentially be available to Justice Court to help them until they were able to find somebody as well. Is that what I heard?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. So yes, you did answer my question.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to ask this board one more time. What are we going to do? We have a motion. He believes the motion encompasses what everybody's asked. If somebody comes in, that replaces the person that came in underneath this process, do we still have an issue?
No, we're lucky she's coming back out of retirement, to tell you the truth. We're very lucky, and I'm proud of her for taking care of her county, but it's difficult that we don't have a long-term solution.
Okay. All right.
Chair?
So you're Commissioner?
To further extrapolate, and just to be clear, that's two different court reporter positions we're talking about here, and that's the struggle. If you recall, we had approved that secondary position where the Justice of the Peace had contributed a piece of their funding towards that and said, hey, look, we really need this. It's that important. If you remember, we had made that contribution. They made that contribution, and we gave it to them. And that's how long that position has remained vacant. So I'm not just doing this willy-nilly. I just recall how they've been struggling there, that this is a very critical position because they piggyback and they've helped Justice Court there. So I appreciate Ms. Schultz sharing that information. But now you understand maybe a little bit more in detail the why. And it was easy for me to pull the trigger here and say, hey, we need to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. So is your second stand or not?
It stands.
Okay. If not, I was going to make a new second. But I was going to wanted to move forward. Commissioner Boyd, you have something?
No, sir. I'm ready for you to call.
Okay. I've had public comment. I closed public comment. I'm going to call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Carboni's aye.
Jabor's aye.
Donna, Ms. Cox on the phone? Commissioner? No. So that'd be 4-0. Commissioners missing.
Thank you.
MIA. You're more than welcome.
Go forth and make paper.
All right. Number 26.
Item 26 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to adopt, amend and adopt, or reject Nye County Resolution number 2022-22, a resolution to augment and amend the 2021 through 2022 budget of Nye County, State of Nevada, 10608, risk management, $3.2 million.
Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'm going to open public comment. Is there any public comment on the phone?
Chair, if I may.
Okie doke.
This is, for the record, Savannah Rucker. I just wanted to let the board know that when we went self-insured last year, the budget for fiscal 22 had already been adopted. We went self-insured for workers' compensation. All this is doing is rectifying the budget that we did not adopt because we made the decision after the final budget was approved.
Right?
Yep. So this is not newfound money. It's just taking care of the workers' compensation charges that we charge all internal departments and providing that funding for paying claims and dealing with the management of that system.
Makes sense. Again, public comment on the phone?
No, Chair.
Public comment in the perump?
None.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment. Call for the question.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Carboni's aye. Commissioner Cox? At 4-0. Show Commissioner Cox missing. Does anybody know what's going on with Commissioner Cox? She's where?
But you're here.
Chair, just so we're all aware, she was coughing a lot. So I'm a little concerned, but she has not returned, and I don't believe she's on the phones yet.
Okay, she's in Tom's office, if that means something to you.
Director Bowling's office. She has a matter she's handling, is what we heard.
Understood.
So we'll go forward from that. Item number 28, I'm sorry.
28 or 27?
27.
Up 27, I'm sorry.
Item 27 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, discuss the bid proposal received from bid number 2022-07, GABS Rehab Runway. 2, award bid number 2022-07, GABS Rehab Runway to A&K Earth Movers in the amount of $238,000 contingent upon receiving the grant award for this project. 3, approve, amend, and approve or reject the contract with selected bidder contingent upon receiving the grant award for this project. 4. Fund $223,125 from 10340 grants and $14,875 from 10209 airports. 5. Authorize the county manager to execute the grant award if it is received from the FAA. Or 6. Reject bid and provide direction to staff on how to proceed with the project.
Commissioners.
Chair,
Commissioner.
I'll make a motion to award bid number 2022-07, Gabbs Rehab Runway, to AK Earth Movers in the amount of, excuse me, we're going to go with the lower one. No,
right.
It's 238. We're going to fund $223,125 from 10340 grants, $14,875 from 10209 airports. Authorize the county manager to execute.
Correct.
Jabor seconds.
Correct.
And
thank you. Have a motion second. Any public comment on the phone?
No, Chair.
In Pahrump? Public comment? Commissioner, any public comment?
None.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close public comment. Call for the question.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Aye.
Garaboni's aye, and Commissioner Cox is absent. Thank you. Number 28.
Item 28 for possible action. Discussion and deliberation to 1. Approve funding in the amount of $250,000 for a roundabout to be constructed at SR 160 and Dalton Street, Pahrump, Nevada, for access to the Pahrump Fairgrounds and the Silverton Hotel. And 2. Fund from Fund 10250 impact fees. This project was approved by the Pahrump Regional Planning Commission, sitting as the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee at its August 14th, 2019 and October 9th, 2019 meetings, and by the Nye County Board of Commissioners at its December 17th, 2019 meeting.
Chair.
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion to approve funding in the amount of $250,000 for the roundabout constructed at 160 in Dalton for Pahrump Fairgrounds access in the Silverton. We're going to fund it from 10250 impact fees.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment?
There's no public comment in Pahrump.
None on the phone, Chair.
Well, thank you, Commissioners, and thank you,
Chair.
I apologize. I did have a hand raised.
I have a hand raised. So go ahead, public comment.
Thank you. The caller is unmuted. Please speak and spell your name for the record.
Hi, Craig Cavalier, C-R-A-I-G, C-A-V-I-L-P-E-R, CEO of Silverton Casino and managing partner for this project. I'm just here to answer any questions anybody might have, and of course appreciate all the support you guys are providing us. Thank you.
We thank you too. I don't believe we have anybody else commenting, so I do have a question. I'll close public comment, by the way. I do have a question or a comment for you. During the debates with when Commissioner Blundo and also Commissioner Jabor did their debate, I had probably a third or better of the folks that are at that debate question me about this roundabout, specifically on 160. And I explained to them there's more than one. But they were concerned about the process and how that was going to work, knowing you're coming off a 70-mile road down to probably 25 or 30 miles an hour. And they were concerned about that. The other part was the concern was why are we contributing to this roundabout? And I explained to them that it's because of the fairground entry. They thought we were funding it because of everything else. But the key is that I don't know what kind of communication you've been having with it, and I don't know what kind of communication Commissioner Blundo was getting, but it was kind of, they weren't very happy, let's put it that way.
Chair.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so real brief, I don't know if Director Bowling's there, but he can go into further detail. So this is our contribution to improve that intersection. So our contribution would be significantly higher, if not double, the contribution would be, $500,000 plus dollars. So this is a cost savings measure. This is what we like to call a public-private partnership, where Silverton and the racetrack are footing the majority of the bill, and the taxpayers are getting a significant savings from the improvement of that intersection. Now, I'd like to also remind, because we have a roundabout, and it's very easy to just point a finger at the roundabout. There's actually 2 roundabouts. There's one that'll be up at Mance, which is one we approved, I want to say, within the last month at the meeting. We had Mr. Dunford. He came and he spoke about that, and this is the second one. So traffic will significantly be slowed by the first roundabout, not by this one. This one, traffic will already be slowed. But again, it's a management tool compared to having the intersection with the traffic light where you have stop, go, and things of that nature. And we're getting the additional tax benefit, less of a burden to the taxpayer, where we're getting the road improved. It's a public-private partnership, and we're very happy to see that the Silverton and the racetrack and things and the fairgrounds, all these great things down on the south end, are moving forward in a very positive direction. Thank you.
No, I made basically those same comments to those individuals. They still didn't like it. So you have anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, we have heard a bunch of stuff about, oh, we got to slow down coming down the highway and stuff like that, and it's going to be a pain in the butt. It's going to make our commute times longer, and I mean, we've heard everything. And those are the people that are paying attention. Until these things get built. Once they get built, we're going to hear even more comments of, this is this and that is that. But the problem with it is, with development, you're going to get either a stoplight or you're going to get a roundabout. So you can either stop or you can slow down. So, in my opinion, I would rather just slow down.
And boy, do we remember when we did our first roundabout on 372.
Yeah.
And the pushback from there. But
you betcha.
Look at how well it's worked, because we don't have the accidents. And that's what it's about, safety.
Right.
Thank you.
We don't, you're right, we don't have as many accidents, but there is accidents that are happening.
There is.
I mean, they're banging into each other. That's the problem, because people don't know how to read. and that's because they probably never got their license fixed again, because it's yield means you yield the right of way to the next automobile, but people don't get that. It's, and I'm worried that that's going to be the same thing with these. It's not that I don't like it. The idea is that people need to learn how to handle traffic.
Yeah, and I don't think that we're going to have as big of a reaction as we did with the first 2, because people have learned how to use them. I remember the first couple times that I went into the roundabout on Probably Boulevard, and the people in the roundabout literally stopped because I was coming up the highway to let me go. And I'm like, I keep waving them on. You have the right of way. I have to yield for you, but after a while that went away, and now everybody just races to try to get through there as fast as they can. I drive through that roundabout 3, maybe 4 times a day, and every time I go through there, I have to worry about who's coming, because they don't pay attention, because 372 has the right of way. They don't know yield is there. And that's what I worry about on 160, because everybody still has that, we have the right of way, and everybody else just has to wait. So I was hoping that, Commissioner Blundo's going to put on his vest and stand out there and direct traffic for a while, so his constituents can be impressed. I'm only kidding, Leo.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time. I did direct traffic down on the Strip, so it's that's not an issue. And I want to just highlight another fact here. Those roundabouts were $450,000 each of contribution from Nye County, if you remember. It was significant. We're getting
$900,000.
That's right, and we're getting this. This one is at $250,000. And I think the biggest takeaway is that if you look at 372 and Blag, we realize and recognize that was not big enough, and we're not going to repeat those mistakes. These are going to be very professional roundabouts, and we're going to think of flow of traffic and safety. So now, the only real question I think the whole board and maybe the public has is, where's the movie theater, and what's the timeline and the schedule on that?
The only other question I have for you, Director, is once these get started construction, what's the plan for redirecting or moving traffic so we don't have a bunch of complication?
That will actually come with the construction plan of whoever is selected to construct the roundabouts. And we will definitely get a chance to look at that to make sure that it makes sure the traffic keeps flowing.
Yeah, because that'll be a big help.
Right.
Okay, great. Okay, I have a motion and a second. I close public comment. Is there more comment on the phone? Just in case? Okay, so I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to call for the question.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Blundo's aye.
Carboni's aye. And Ms. Cox is missing, so she's absent. So that's 4-0. Thank you. Item number 30.
Item number 30 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to accept an offer of dedication for road right-of-way being 40-foot utility and right-of-way dedication for East Fort Churchill Road, north side of Assessor's Parcel Number 027-301-01, and a 40-foot utility and right-of-way dedication for North Becky Lane, east side of Assessor's Parcel Number 027-301-01 from James Quinn, and designate East Fort Churchill Road as a general county road, accepting maintenance, and designate North Becky Lane as a minor county road, rejecting the maintenance for the purpose of future road improvements when Nye County improves East Fort Churchill Road and North Becky Lane fronting the property located at 1941 East Fort Churchill Road, Pahrump, Nevada, Assessor's Parcel Number 027-301-01.
Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to accept an offering of dedication for road right-of-ways as stated and read.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second,
Second.
acknowledging that the East Fort Churchill Road is a general county road, and the other one is a minor county road, North Becky Lane, because the DA's office will ding us to make sure that's on the record.
Great. Add that to your motion.
She gave me the thumbs up. Yeah.
So that was
you want to
added-
correct
that was
the
added to
record,
the
please, there,
motion.
Marla? They don't believe me.
That was added to the motion.
That's what I said.
Can we add it to the second?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, thank you. I'm just saying it out loud.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Any public comment?
Not on the phone, Chair.
Thank you. There's none down there, well?
No, sir.
Okay, so no public comment here. I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Everybody's aye. Is the DA satisfied with the correction?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Item 31.
Item 31 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to 1, approve and accept the 80-foot wide and 17,793.6 feet long of right-of-way grant, serial number N-100146 from the Bureau of Land Management for the Spring Meadows Road, and 2, accept maintenance of the granted area.
Chair, motion to approve and accept maintenance.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment on the phone?
Not on the phone, Chair.
Thank you, Sam. Anybody down at the Pahrump?
No, sir.
No comment here. I'm going to close public comment. Call for the question.
Aye.
Jabor's aye.
Aye.
Everybody's aye. That's 4-0. Show her absent. Gee, we could just get rid of all this and we could go home.
34.
Item number 34, general public comment, up to 3 minutes time limit per person, and action will not be taken on matters considered during this period of time, specifically until included on an agenda as an action item. I'm opening public comment. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Oh, thank
John
you.
Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. Earlier today, I heard Marla say to the district attorney that an NRS is not law, and I would agree with that. I think that when you take a look at the NRSs, at the end of each NRS is the legislative history. And if you check the legislative history, then if there's a discrepancy between the NRS and the history, you got to go back to the original legislation. And issues today came up, the question about a fee, And in 1885, a fee and salaries for all state, county offices was made, and a fee is for a service. And the thing that amazed me is a paycheck that is received by the employee is a fee for his service to fulfill the law. And I didn't realize that salaries are considered to be fees 1885, and I don't think that the legislation has been changed since. Thank you.
You're probably right. Any other public comment?
Yes, Tim Bohannon, Bohannon, commenting mainly about the treasurer's presentation. I think we, the people, it's very important, those who are here in Tonopah and listening in, it's very important that we continue to keep a focus.
Mr. Bohannon?
Yes.
That was an item on the agenda.
It was a presented item and no comment, no public comment.
That's right.
May I continue?
As a matter of fact.
Am I permitted to continue? It's not really about the presentation as much as the people's need to stay involved with what's happening with the finances and the treasurer.
That's okay. You can say that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so it's our responsibility as public to make sure that we continue to keep the awareness of what's happening in the treasurer's office when we get the reports, what's happening there, and keep a good focus on and help the commissioners say, hey, we see some items here we have questions on, raise the awareness, they'll take the action that needs to be taken, but it's our responsibility as public to raise that awareness if we see something that catches our attention. And we need to continue that. It's very important that we need to continue, especially right now in a process situation that is being improved. You know, if we see things and we comment, then they can say, hey, you know what? Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe it doesn't work in this situation. But they can at least look at it and make a decision and move forward. And then we should push for money management. More dollars for what's coming in, what's happening with the investments, and things of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Appreciate it. Any other public comment?
None down here.
None on the phone, Chair.
None on the phone. Thank you. Unclosed public comment. I am going to number 35. Commissioner management comments. This is item limited to announcements or topics, issues proposed on the future agenda or workshop. Anybody? Commissioner Blendo.
I have two brief items. It's National Teachers Day. Think about our teachers. They're educating our kids, and our children are the future. And it is Military Appreciation Month, and I would like Arnold, our PIO, to work on a proclamation or a resolution, whichever one is appropriate, whatever's customary that we do. And hopefully I'd like to have that before the board at the next agenda, in the Pahrump meeting, excuse me, for the next agenda.
Yeah, I was going to ask him the same thing, so.
Through you, Chair, of course.
Again, veterans just don't get enough recognition because they get one day called Veterans Day, and that's it. And other people get a month. I mean, so it's nice that we can do something more for them.
Thank you.
Chair, during an agenda item that became apparent that we need more done from the Nye County Water District Governing Board, and perhaps once again that request, I want to make sure that's heard and brought to them so they can make the determination whether or not they see that a BDR may be necessary so that the individuals are not taxed on parcels, instead that it's more appropriate that the water user or the water right holder be the taxation base, as in the other item that we approved. Thank you.
Well stated.
Commissioner Jabor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Blundo, is Deputy DA Marla, is low-tech in chambers? I cannot see from here. Thank you. Well, now I'm forced to say spay and neuter your pets. And thank everybody for coming today and your feedback.
Well, it's been a long day.
It has.
We have a lot accomplished on a short agenda. I appreciate everybody's participation. I know some of the items on the agenda got a little testy. I'm just hoping that as a team of folks to try to get things accomplished, I hope we can get past any of our issues that we have so we continue to work as a team. Knowing that, go ahead, Director, Manager.
Mr. Chair, I was just curious, the board approved item number 8. That was that special event, or what was it?
Yes.
And so there was some talk about bringing that item back. Did you want to provide direction to staff to bring that back then?
Well,
or leave it approved?
I think it's approved. I'd like to get the information on it, get it out, distributed, because it was, from my opinion, I guess it's the same as we probably should have had and shouldn't have even approved it because we didn't have everything we needed. And I understand that sometimes that happens, but we need to make sure that we don't have anything. If in fact we find something that's in the documentation we get that warrants bringing it back, maybe that's the way to do it. You think?
That works. So from what I heard is we'll contact the applicant, ask them to submit some more information. We'll get it distributed to the board. Yeah. If there's some concerns there, we can bring it back.
I'm thinking they didn't get hardly any information from this at all, so that's kind of sad.
And Chair, it's coming fast. It's July 23rd, so I don't know. We need to get it right.
July is not that close.
May I speak really quickly? And if there's something else we can do in this process, I mean, we are required to accept the application, forward it on, get it on the agenda, right. But maybe we can look at that a little better. I mean, we're happy to say, are you sure you submitted everything you're supposed to submit? But we just need direction on that if we need to do something else.
There is a list of things that they need to provide.
Yes.
Sam?
Well, Sam knows. There's definitely an application process, but we don't necessarily have the authority in my office to refuse it if they don't have that. So that's something to be looked at.
But it's at least you're asking the question that says, have you done these things? And if they say no, then at least you can communicate that.
If I may, this is the other Sam.
All right. If no one knows it, we're having dueling Sams here.
Yeah. Their office is really good about see the town of Pahrump. Our office is really good about see the clerk. And between the two, we do try to make sure all of our bases are covered. When we get those requests for agenda items for the public hearing, I immediately send it out to those parties involved. Courtney, Jimmy, Sheriff, Public Works, Scott, as mentioned earlier. They don't always, historically, they've not always had a plan. It's just been these larger events like the balloon festivals, music festivals, where it's been really required because of the high participation and a lot of the stuff going on there. But historically, we've not required, the board has not required that. But again, like the other Sam said, we can.
I would imagine it would help the buildings and grounds folks to know where they want to place everything. So.
Oh well, they're working directly with buildings and grounds always. Yeah. Just to.
But it would be nice for us to know, so we know, just like the one with the balloon festival. Mm-hmm. I mean, wanted to make sure that we know where the carnival's going to be. Is the carnival going to be a problem? It'd be the same thing with this. Some place is being put into a place where it really doesn't fit, so on and so forth. So we can get that feedback from the buildings and grounds folks.
Yeah, and the pertinent questions that are asked, like, are you going to provide off-site parking and bus people in if you're going to be that big, or what are you going to do because of our parking situation that may not? We put them on the spot, and then they have to say, yeah, we're going to do that.
Or just require them to be present.
Well, there's an idea.
That's an idea.
I don't know.
They are getting notified of the hearing, so.
Well, you did invite them, right?
Kelly or whomever from the clerk's office, they absolutely send those notices out.
Mr. Chair. Just in looking at the code, I think one of the concerns is that the only thing that's required for the application is the things that are specified on the applications. Right. Now, the board does have the ability to make conditions upon approval about adequate drinking water, adequate sewage system, all those things that are specific or that would normally be set forth in a plan, but it's not required, and so I think that's where the disconnect is.
Well, then maybe we might want to think about something a little different then. Let's go look at that application, and maybe we need to modify the application. If we're looking for certain information and we don't think we're getting it to verify things, maybe we need to look at the application and the process.
I like it.
So direction to staff.
There you go.
Let's look at the process and see what we can do about making it more feasible for us to understand what's going on.
Because apparently everybody just wants to have festivals and party and
it's all Commissioner Blundell's fault.
Just a little more information when any of those event type situations are coming before the board. We're just usually shooting in the dark. Now, traditionally, when you have the chamber, well, we already knew what the chamber had done in the year prior, so we're basing it off of what we recall and in a past positive experience. I think, a plan or even a justification letter, what they're asking for, etc., just a little more information, I think it would be helpful. I just know if I were applying for one of these and I were coming before the board, each one of you would have that information. Whether or not it was in the backup is a separate conversation. I'd ensure each one of you had it. So I think it should be here for the public so the public understands what's coming.
Yeah, I don't know what the relationship with us and this particular group of folks is, and I have no idea what they did before in other places. So maybe they just don't know or whatever. But again, thank you, everybody. Again, it was a long but good meeting. A lot of things got accomplished. I call it adjourned.
Thank you.
Drive safe.
Thank you. Does anybody know what's going on with Commissioner Blunt?